All right. What's up, guys? How are we? Guys, I was going to do a little podcast with Palsteron and Crouching Tuna. Do you guys like them? The Maxroll boys? What's up? Here we go. I just came.
Yo,
What's up?
what's up, dude?
Yo.
I just need like 30 seconds to set up my overlay and then we're chilling. How you guys doing today?
Good.
I'm good, man. Let me turn on my virtual camera here.
Yes.
Wait, my virtual camera displays my entire. My virtual camera displays my entire screen.
Oh yeah.
I don't.
I've seen that too.
Wait, what?
Let's see
You've seen that?
Crouching.
Do you know how to fix it?
I'll be honest, I'm kind of clueless, man. Wait.
I think you
Oh,
just have to change scenes, right? Whatever scene you're currently at, right?
oh yeah, because it's you need to set the correct scene for virtual camera.
You have a full cam scene? I'm sure you do, right?
Yeah, I just swapped computers because I had that Intel degradation problem, so I don't even have a second scene in OBS.
Just put a scene and then I think there's like an option, spread it to full screen or something like that.
Okay, see.
there we go. Get my camera's fixed.
That is so interesting. Nope, don't do that.
It's all good, man. Take your time. I'm also
Yeah,
like putting everything in frames and whatnot, so it's all good.
yeah, this is gonna be quite cute here.
You
I'll
just have
fit.
to add your video capture source and then just make it spread it full screen.
Okay, so yeah, let's go second scene. Video capture. Okay, now we're full screen. And then enable this and then go.
There we go. Nice, bro.
Let's go, dude.
Let's go.
And then what happens if I do this? Huh. It's weird.
It
The
actually changes the scene. What about studio mode? Have you tried that? Because then you can like view one scene, but then have another scene active.
is that a setting on Discord or you mean OBS?
In OBS, yeah. Do you use like standard OBS or
I do.
there should be something called studio mode where if you click, you can like show a different scene, but then your stream sees the previous scene.
I'm gonna Google this real quick. This has to be easy to solve. This has to be like a one button click.
I like the green vibe in your room. Cool.
Like it?
Awesome.
What's your favorite color?
Uh, favorite color is probably like navy blue. Let's say like a deep blue.
How about that one?
Like your sweater. Yeah, purple's sick as well.
Yeah, that's a little purple, isn't it? Let's try this. Okay, well, that one.
Yeah, it looks sick. That's Macro Blue, baby.
Man, AI let me down. It said to not have your virtual camera show the full screen. Make sure that when you click share screen, you're not sharing full screen. Bro, I'm not sharing my screen. This is the most dog shit advice I've ever heard of in my life. Um. Okay. Well, voice and video settings. Let's see. I have.
Tell you to drink bleach.
I have no clue. I don't know. Oh well. So you said there's a studio mode where I can be in a certain scene but displaying a different one?
Yeah, I'm just not really sure how it works with virtual camera, but basically, like, in your OBS controls, right under the start streaming button,
Okay.
like 5 buttons under, there's
Oh, yeah, I
something
see it.
called studio mode. If you click that, and then so go on one scene first, then click studio mode, and then click another scene. What happens is that you see like split. So the one on the left should be the one that your stream is seeing, and the one on the right should be the scene that you're seeing. By the way, like, you can actually keep it like this. You're gonna look blurry as shit, but like I can stretch your tiny little camera out on here. Like, it looks blurry for the podcast, but I mean, like, I think for the most part, people don't even.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, I have a genius idea. This is so stupid it might work. Hold on a second.
That's the best kind of ideas.
Okay, hold on. What if I do this? Okay, what if I do that? And then I, nope, not that. What if I hide this? Can you still see my webcam?
I still just see like your desktop at the moment.
You don't see my webcam?
Well, I see your desktop
Wait,
and your webcam.
wait a minute. I bet you I know.
Right now.
Wait a minute. I have an idea. Oh,
Wait, what's the
nice.
issue with the other scene?
Broke instantly. The only issue with the other scene is then they can't see me. Or excuse me, they can see me. They can't see you guys. My stream just sees me, which is obviously the worst stream ever. Wait. I have an idea. Wait. This is stupid enough that it might work. I just can't understand. How does my. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I have one final idea. If this doesn't work, then well, I have one more idea. What if I do this? Let me open the Elgato software.
Oh shit, and then you can capture that.
Maybe. So Elgato is open. Now if I delete all of these, if I go back here and change. First of all, let's stop the virtual camera. Let's start with that.
I don't even have my virtual camera set up.
Okay, this might work. Okay, it made my camera 1,000 million pixels. Let's make it smaller. And it's blurry as shit. Nice. Love that. Okay. And now what happens if I start virtual camera? can you see me? Or do you see my screen?
At the moment, you see your desktop.
Okay, so a virtual camera that is only getting a feed from my webcam is showing a mirrored version of my desktop. Can you explain to me what kind of alien technology would cause that? God, I hate life. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to end my stream. Guys, I'm going to raid Crouching Tuna, and then after the stream, I'll turn my stream back on. Guys,
Sorry, Rex.
never buy a computer. Never buy a computer.
I mean, it is the center of all my problems, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, all right. I'll be over with these guys, and then we'll be on. And I hate myself. All right, see you guys over there.
Sag.
Okay, now let's stop streaming, and let's go scene 2, and let's make it what we had before, and let's just go, because I'm sick of wasting your guys' time.
Thanks for the raid.
Yes, sir. Palstron gets the next one.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I reckon you should upgrade your RAM. Maybe that'll fix it.
All right, let's turn on the camera. Okay, can you see me in full screen? Hopefully.
Yep. Now we're good, bro.
We go.
We're in.
There you go.
All right, badass. Can we get a quick little sound check, chat? What are you guys thinking? Are our volumes good? Is my volume good compared to these boys?
Check, check.
Good. Looks good on my end. How about you, Rex?
You guys sound good to me. Hello, hello, hello. Testing,
Yeah,
1, 2,
looks
3.
all good. All right, yo, thank you very much for joining me, boys. We're having a first of the 0.2 patch Blastcast. This is going to be watchable on the Max Roll YouTube channel as well. So if you guys, can't watch everything or just want to catch up or want to like look back at some of the things that we discussed, you can always go check it out there. And yeah, thank you very much, Pal, for joining me, as well as Rax. So I just wanted you guys to introduce yourselves. So I'm Tuna. I stream every day, and sometimes once in a blue moon make a YouTube video for Path of Exile specifically. Love ARPGs and stuff. So, yep. What about you, Pal? What are you up to?
Yeah, I'm also streaming, YouTubing, playing all sorts of ARPGs. Right now it's POE2. Currently playing a Shield Charge Poison Titan. And yeah, just playing freaky stuff, trying to learn the game, and going pretty well so far. Having a blast. How about you, Rex?
Hi guys, I'm Blue Hoodie Man. I play all the ARPGs. I usually make like beginner guides to get people into the games. What's up? I've been blasting POE2. Now ready for last Epoch this weekend. There's also a Torchlight race. No Rest for the Wicked at the end of the month. It's a good time to be an ARPG player.
True. No Rest for the Wicked looks awesome
too
as well.
good of a time right now. I don't even know what to play anymore.
Yeah. But with our focus on POE2 and 0.2 patch, and like the fact that we've been basically blasting it now for an entire week, I did want to sort of ask you guys, like, how do you feel about this patch now that it's sort of, settled in a bit, this league patch, any things that you've particularly enjoyed, didn't like, or what's your experience so far anyways with 0.2?
My experience has been pretty bad at the start, but honestly, in the last few days, or like I should say 4 or 5 days now at this point, after the Zizran interview, they fixed so many small things, and they made rares visible in Endgame, which made everything just feel so much better for me, that I'm actually at a point where I'm really enjoying POE2, and I already enjoyed theory crafting, so now Endgame is pretty decent, and yeah, kind of feeling it right now.
Yeah,
Nice.
I completely agree with Palstron, especially when he talks about a bunch of the little things. I mean, it's still early access. It's only the second major patch. I know a lot of people are really like doom and gloom right from the very start. I think the Zizrin interview did a lot of things, but there aren't, I really don't know that many gaming companies anymore who within the first week are going to actually make like tons of significant changes directly based off of community feedback. I'm really not worried about Path of Exile 2 at all. I think by the time it releases, it's going to be a really good game. I don't know if I'm going to think it's going to be better than POE1, but I think it will be a different kind of game, and I think it's going to be really great.
Yeah. For me, I have to say that I think 0.2 was a massive miss in regards to what I was hoping to see in the game and what I was hoping for the future of Path of Exile 2. Though one thing that is a little bit hardening, or the opposite of disheartening. I don't really know if that's the word, but one thing that is nice to see is the fact that they've sort of, because of this fallout, the community fallout, as well as people in general not liking early game whatsoever, is GGG has sort of opened the communication channels back up, which is nice to see, because good things always happen to PoE whenever they actually start to communicate with their community and understand things that we like, we don't like, or whatever like that. Though I do have to say that there might be some positives and negatives with communication being open, because to some extent, I do feel like some of the changes that they make tend to sort of cater towards like, oh, let's just give them something now, and so they stop complaining or whatever, and they might have like maybe long-term adverse effects on the video game, which are either positive or negative depending on who you ask. But for example, the change that is coming to the game is, which is very positive, is ascendancy respecs, which is one of the great things that the community has sort of like really been hammering GGG for. So there is definitely a lot of really good things that have been coming into the game, but I did want to ask you if there's like a feature, like for example, something that you would love for them to just like, snap in game right now. Like what would it be?
Because we just talked about this, because Rax said something interesting. We're just gonna take this real quick because I think it's interesting because we have the POE1 community and like a lot of the new community basically forming the new POE2 community. And POE1 players have been drilled to kind of give their feedback in the first week, right? So you have this weird dynamic where we're very vocal with feedback, as Rax said, and that's out of the gates, right? Always. But that's kind of how we got trained to do it because GGG puts out a lot of content, but can't test everything fully. And then in the first week, a lot of things usually get ironed out. That has been, I mean, since I can think, that has always been kind of like the MO, right? So you
Yeah.
have that kind of people who are just very vocal, but not really like, I mean, some people always go crazy and go too personal or whatever. But in general, I think that's a strong suit, and it's also a strong suit of GGG to respond to that quickly enough.
To respond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say because Tuna was saying what I would want in the game. Honestly, the ascendancy has been, I mean, number one. That is literally everything I can dream of. But the other thing would be not just have Atlas, like whatever they want to do, bookmarks or whatever, but have like a top-down view to kind of know where you are. Because I'm having this problem like a lot now that I've been navigating for days. And I'm like, I don't even know where I am anymore. It is.
They're getting
and I don't
lost,
think bookmarks can help there. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, true.
I think the number one thing for me by a mile, and this wouldn't affect the SSF players, I understand, but I think we need an auction house. It's actually unbelievable. So I made two of the most popular classes in the beginning. I made a Lich and I made a Huntress. So I'm in the end game, and I'm not doing any big trades. I'm buying like the intro uniques or some very basic yellows. And what happens? So if I want to buy like one of the like more common like starter uniques, and they're up for maybe like 3 exalts, the usernames on the right are different all the time. Like they're not the same username, but I message it and it's always like the same Chinese person. It's so weird. It's always the same person because you can see like it's the same. And it's like, and they never respond. And the experience there is so unbelievably bad. What we need is something like World of Warcraft, where someone just lists the price or lists the item for a certain price, and then you just buy it. Anybody who is actually engaging with trade, not having it there and having like the Chinese gold farmers or whatever the hell it is that they're doing over there, it's actually really, it's not even like ruining the economy. It's ruining the experience of trading entirely. I think they have to concede on this and put it in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been fighting that fight in POE1 for a long time, so I wonder. I hope so. I hope with a lot of new, fresh perspectives, maybe we'll get it at some point. Would be cool.
Yeah, I think auction houses opens a can of worms for the developers that they're afraid to open, because it's also one of those things that once they implement it to the game, they'd never be able to get rid of it. The player base would never let them live that down. But so I can see both sides. I definitely think from the player perspective, like there needs to be an auction house in the game, like there has to be. And from the developer's perspective, for them, it's just figuring out how do they make it so it's not completely like, because the player base of Path of Exile, I think, is one of the most like tech savvy and also just savvy in general player bases of any video game I've ever experienced. And people will learn to abuse and break and do some crazy stuff to the economy with it. But we have sort of seen that a little bit with the current exchange. And I feel like that's a testing ground for grinding gear games to figure out where they want to position themselves for the future of like PoE trading. And judging by the interviews, by the way, like by how he responds to trading questions, I don't think that's something that's very likely to happen in the future. But I mean, if people complain enough, I feel like maybe they will, maybe they will. So
I think looking at all the interviews, what happened was Jonathan wanted to make a full auction house because people were asking for it, and it's a new game. And then they implemented in POE1 the settlers, the vendor, right, for just currency, and everybody was so happy. And he kind of like thought, okay, now we can kind of implement this and just leave it at that, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
So
I
let's
yeah,
hope.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sure the auction house comes with additional challenges besides just giving the players what they want. As you said, like there's technical issues if it doesn't work, yada yada yada. I mean, grinding gear games to me has demonstrated an extreme level of skill in implementing these things. Like when the currency exchange first came out, I was like, well, this is our first try. It could be pretty garbage. And they made some minor changes pretty quickly, but I thought it was absolutely fantastic. But like I've talked to Blizzard before about Diablo 3, and it was like a similar argument that Crouching Tuna brought up with some of the changes that they wanted to make. They're like, well, there's a lot of cheaters in our game, and if we do X, Y, or Z, then the cheaters can do more things. And I remember one time in one of the meetings, I literally sat back in my chair and I said, guys, do you guys hold back features that are good for the masses just because what the cheaters do in your game? I'm sorry, like you've got to figure it out, but you got to figure it out, and you have to implement these awesome features for your players who are playing legitimately. Just ban them or do your research and get rid of them or something. But whenever this happens to me on stream, when I whisper 15 people, it's the same Chinese guy over and over and over. No one actually is there to make the trade. And where if it was an auction house, you just list it, you just buy it, goes through mailbox, whatever. Everyone in my chat is spamming. That's exactly what happens to me, Rax. It's exactly that. I've given up on trade. Why am I even playing trade? Yada yada yada.
What happens to everyone? And like experienced Path of Exile players, what we do is we just like whisper 3 pages. That's the difference between like new players and experienced players. Is the experienced players just brush it off? They just click whisper on 3 pages until they get really limited, and
yeah.
then we end up getting like 30 invites at the same time. We click one of them, and then off we go. Which is like, it might seem like so obscene to somebody who's not used to this kind of stuff, because like it seems like weird. You send a request and you have to respect getting it, but like we just learned to just go through and just hope for the best, which is like really
Yeah, just
unfortunate,
like
because like it's not good content, as you said. And GGG are sort of taking it out on their player base because of the fact that cheaters exist. Instead of actually employing people to take out cheaters, they will instead punish the masses for the fact that cheaters exist, which is always going to result in bad gameplay. So I 100% agree with that.
it kind of reminds me of Torchlight, which has the tax, right, on selling. Basically, what they had is they had so many flippers. They said every 8th flame elementium that you earn is going to get taxed. So what happens is flippers are still making an obscene amount of money, and people who want to reroll characters are just getting punished, right? So
It's a
it's like
terrible system, yeah.
it is exactly like you said, Rex. It's basically, you can't really just not implement it. You just have to implement it and then iterate upon it, right? Like
Yes.
that's what you do.
Definitely, yeah. like the skeptic in me feels like, so for example, you were using Blizzard as an example. Like I had like the same thing was happening in WoW and stuff, where it just feels like do you guys just not want to employ people to take out cheaters? Is that the issue? Like is that really the issue? Because every game I play has like a cheating problem, and it seems like the devs are just not willing to really put time into like banning those cheaters as much as like other things. Because I feel like banning cheaters is like also a feature in that it makes the game better for everybody else. Like the economy's better. It means that they can implement like better trading systems like auction houses and stuff like that. So I feel like it should be treated just like any other part of game development, right? So not seeing that really be prevalent is a bit disappointing for sure.
I think
Yeah.
I think one of the issues with it is just the difficulty in doing so, right? So like Crouching Tuna said earlier, the player base right now, like stopping cheaters in 2005 and WoW Classic is completely different from stopping cheaters in 2025. Their methods, their programs, their dual PC setups, like I'm I'm not really well versed in the cheating universe, but I know of some people that cheat all the time, and it's just like uh, how exactly do you even do it? It would be, as Crouching Tuna alludes to, it would be at least like a full-time job for somebody, and it would never be perfect. Again, kind of like Palstron said, yeah, iteratively, you got to do something. You just got to try your best. You just have to at least at the baseline catch the biggest offenders. But I think another thing is I think a lot of people don't care if there are certain people flipping items. I mean, people do it in IRL as well. Like that doesn't impact, the casual Jim Bob that just wants to make one or two trades. As long as the one or two trades that they make for the league are successful, they could care less if someone's making 1,000 divines a day flipping some obscure thing that they didn't even trade anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I think like I don't necessarily feel like flippers is the problem here. I think being a flipper is like a totally fine sort of like way to play the game if that's what you enjoy. You enjoy playing the economy aspect or whatever. I think the problem is like if you're a flipper that then sells the currency, right? Like I think like hating on flippers is like weird, but if you're a flipper that then like is like basically like breaking the rules, that's the real problem here. In my
Yeah.
opinion.
I think you should just deter, like they just with the ritual exploit, right? Ban 300
Yeah.
people. Those kind of things should happen frequently to just deter
Mhm.
people. And honestly, I'm sure there's like a certain amount of people who would then stop, right? And that's just what it is because they want to play the
Exactly.
game.
Well, that's exactly right. It's because like the fact that it's so rampant that it sort of like shows people that like, oh, you can do this, and then the fact that there is an avenue for people to make real life money from flipping, that means that more people will flip, and it exacerbates the issue, and it just gets worse and worse. So that's kind of like, yeah, it needs to sort of be in check, right? But so yeah, I mean that's kind of a can of worms that we open with this conversation in regards to the trade house, which is actually probably what GGG is thinking about when they say like we don't want to trade house. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't surprise me actually. But so like just to get us back on topic a little bit, a feature for me that I would love to see in Path of Exile 2, like for me it's a bit more like a bit more philosophical, but like one thing for me that I don't feel currently is that I do feel in Path of Exile 1 is I don't feel like when I get to endgame I'm going through a progression system that rewards me for progressing, and it kind of just feels like I'm just putting maps in. And yeah, and I don't know why that's the case, but yeah. So like endgame mapping for me just feels a bit pointless and boring,
Can I just
unfortunately
really
at the
quickly,
moment.
sorry to interrupt, Rex, you're still online on YouTube.
I know. I just saw that, and
Okay.
they're just staring at me. I was like, I could cut them off, and I'm just like, they already think that they're sneakily over there watching me, like creeping around the corner. I'm like, I'll just let it go.
Okay, gotcha. um Yeah, no, I don't know. So you're basically saying you don't really feel like a progression in Endgame. What do you mean by that, Tuna? You don't feel like there's any
Yeah.
goals to work towards, or
So to give a parallel to Path of Exile 1, so you get to maps, you're really weak, you progress your atlas, every extra map that you complete gives you a point, every point gets you closer to what you want to farm, which is like I have agency in what I want to farm and I have progression in how to get there. So it's like a multifaceted sort of like two things going on at once that are balancing each other. And as I'm progressing, I'm getting stronger, my character is getting stronger, my strats are getting stronger, getting more points, I'm seeing more of everything, and I just feel that, right? So I'm getting more currency, I'm able to invest more in my character, and I'm getting to farm more of what I want, and it's sort of just like keeps growing and growing and growing. And then as you get into endgame, then you unlock scarabs, kind of like because of the fact that you just have this excess currency through progressing, so on and so forth, right? But in Path of Exile 2, it doesn't feel like the Atlas passive nodes are impactful enough to where I can sort of like feel that. All I see is just more like yellow skulls on my screen, and yes, their chance of dropping loot does increase because there is more of them, but I feel more progression in endgame getting rarity on my gear than I do with Atlas progression, right? Because I just see more stuff on the floor, I see more tiered items, I see more exalted orbs. So it just doesn't feel like it has that sort of like progression, me getting stronger, tied in with my strats getting better, content getting harder, and monster dropping more stuff. It just sort of lacks that kind of like synergy and chemistry, if that makes sense.
it feels a lot more like a roguelike, right? Where you don't really have a strat, you're just kind of like cruising along, and then at some point you find like a tower set up where you're like, okay, I'm gonna throw some tablets in there, and then for example, there's new unique tablets where you can literally set up and just farm for a day because you can repeat
Yeah,
them. There's like that one tablet
yeah,
where you
yeah,
remove irradiated and you can do the maps twice and whatnot. So it really feels weird. It feels awkward, and as you said, you can't choose your layout. So now you're farming Breach, and some of your layouts are just awkward for Breach. You're farming
yeah.
Expedition, some of your layouts are awkward for Expedition. And if you want to farm Ritual, you don't want maps that are super spread out. You want to just find your rituals. So it is really awkward. I feel like that you can't control the kind of zones that you farm, which is, I think, the
Hmm.
biggest thing about versus POE1, for example, where you strats are literally revolving around a certain layout, and it's like I don't know. You don't really have that in POE2, and I agree. I just personally, I just don't look for that in POE2 because, like you said, that's not really there. I feel like with the new unique maps, there's at least a little bit something to look forward to, and I feel like
Yeah.
it's like the first spark in a direction. Like if they just add and add and add and add, at some point we're gonna go out on the other side, and it's gonna be good. But it's going to be, I think, completely different from POE1. Like there's never gonna be anything like that, and I don't know.
Yeah. Though to add to that, I think for me, it would never sort of. I mean, I don't want to say never, never say never, right? But like, it will never feel the same because in Path of Exile 1, I choose what I want to do. Like I'm in a sandbox and I'm
Yeah.
I'm choosing. Whereas in Path of Exile 2, you're kind of just like, revealing fog and hoping that the developers serve you your strat. Does that make sense? And
Yeah, agency. Yeah.
that's yeah, and I it just doesn't do it for me in comparison. How do you feel about that, Rex?
Yeah, so to hit on two of the things that you said, one of the it's interesting because like last Epoch brings up this topic as well, that they don't want you to sit in your hideout for 30 minutes like crafting the end game that you're about to play. So they have this new system with the woven echoes. We'll try it coming up this week. I have heard from people that have tried it that it's really, really fun. But to me, like if I had the choice of just walking forward through fog and hoping for the best versus me sitting there and crafting how my entire afternoon is going to go, I would way rather craft it.
Yeah.
When people were describing it, they were acting like it was some huge evil thing. The last time I fired it up and I was playing my Lich, when I in the direction that I wanted to go, the map ahead of me was mire, and then I had to go to another map connected to it, and it was mire. And I was just sitting there. I was like, someone has to clip this. I have to do Meyer for like the next 20 minutes. The thing for me, this is on the very first video that I ever made, like a big video giving feedback about POE2. It's like a tangent to what Tuna said, that I think it not only works in POE1, I think it works in every game that you've ever implemented it in, and I call it the Pokemon system. You got to catch them all. When you're going through the beginning stages of Path of Exile 1, every map is valuable. You're looking for exactly, you're choosing, and what exactly are you going to run here or there. And every decision that you make can save you hours and hours, maybe even days of time in your progression. And finding all of those really awesome things just feels so good. The amount of people that like doing that versus the amount of people that don't like doing that is one of the only things that the community nearly universally agrees on. I'm very surprised that in POE2's endgame design, they're kind of moving away from that. It's kind of just wander forward and hope that you hit either some unique maps that kind of gives you the feeling, as Palsteron said, or you just hope for these nexuses that you can just keep leveling up one by one by one. But to me, the agency isn't there, and it's way less fun than the Pokemon system that they had in POE1.
Yeah,
I agree. So what you're basically saying is, for example, if you did a Maya for the first time, something would happen, and then whenever you see a new layout, you would, for example, get like a point or something. Is that what you kind of mean with gotta catch it, or like an example of what you mean?
Exactly. Like right now, if I run into a mire, it's just misery. I'm never happy to see a mire. I don't really have a way to get around it unless I have to change my own strategy. In POE1, I know exactly how many times I'm going to run mire. One time, and I'm never going to run it ever again. You know what I mean? And when I find it, even the map that I hate, I'm happy because I need this. I need one of these. And I don't mind running it because I only have to do it once and I'll never see it again. It's all those combining factors just make it worse to go through.
Yeah. They're not really letting you choose your own journey. It's an interesting idea somebody in my chat had. For example, like a horizon orb, like you would have in POE1, where you can basically reroll whatever next layout would come. That would already be a good idea, for example.
yeah.
Sure.
I mean, there's like 100 different solutions for the issue, right? But I feel like it's nice to see that like at least the sentiment is shared across the community. I think your point of view is on like, you know, catching it, completing it, feeling proud about having it, and not worrying about it anymore is like, yeah, I think a lot of people could agree with that. Sorry, go on. What you?
The one thing I don't really understand why not more people are talking about is what I said earlier, and I know some people talk about it, but I don't know why not everybody is crazy about this. Is like you don't know where you are on the atlas. It makes me nervous. I don't know.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
it like I hate it. I want like a Civ top down or whatever you need to do, right, to make this more. I want to know where I am, where I go. If I had a unique map 2 days ago that I didn't want to do for whatever reason, I don't need a half an hour to find it again, right? Stuff like that. It is insane. It is.
Yeah, I literally
like,
just had that issue. Like just now on stream, I was like, "Yo, I left behind like 5 of those castaway maps for gold. I'm just gonna go back and like do them." And then I found 2, and then I can't find the others. So I was like, yeah, I can't be bothered anymore. I'll just go do something else. But I mean, like that's an issue
you
that
did a
seems
tower
very
setup, right?
solvable.
You did a tower setup, and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna come back to this later," and it's like,
Yeah,
"Oh, where was that again?" It's like no idea, no clue. And I don't think tabs would really change that all that much. It would top down would be so nice. Also, I don't know. Maybe this is obviously super subjective, but I hate how it looks as well. I think it just looks so. I don't know. It looks cheap. I would really like a more
Really?
simplified layout rather than this
Fair
like
enough. More of
long thing.
like less than a rendered, you'd like a more like drawn or
Yeah.
artistic. Yeah, yeah. Kind of like an atlas.
Yeah, but that's like I
Yeah,
mean that's like super subjective, obviously.
yeah,
So,
yeah, I get that.
So there's, I think, an additional problem with something that Palsteron brought up with POE2's system. So you're progressing through to T15. Let's say you're halfway done. You're on T8. and you find like these maps that are pretty good, you find some towers, and you juice it up. Now, what are you going to do? So you've got two choices. So obviously, like what the most efficient players will do probably is you just keep progressing your Atlas to T15, and then you come back. That's kind of the logical thing to do, right? Like you want to, if you get this really nice setup, you save it for when you're really powerful, and then you go do it. But the problem is that's separating two ideas. It's separating juicing with progression. Path of Exile 1 does exactly the opposite. It constantly forces you to juice more while you progress. So you do the T1 maps, your gear sucks. It is in POE1. Your gear sucks. You make it blue. You can barely do it. Then you have to do yellow for the mid-tier maps, and then you have to make them yellow and corrupt it, and then you're just trying to block like some really crazy hard modifiers, and you're getting more loot, you're getting more gear, and you're progressing simultaneously. A lot of people who play this game, especially with how difficult the campaign is for them and how long the campaign will be, they won't have the option of, let's set up this beautiful tower setup, and then I'll just come back later and do it while I go progress. They're just not going to get that far. That'll be the vast majority of the player base. So like separating those two things, I think actually hurts a lot of players. Whereas in POE1, you're doing this pretty much both of them all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing that also doesn't help with progression, I feel like you just touched on it, is for me, tier 1 maps in POE2 don't feel that much easier than tier 15 maps. Like, I league started and I got into maps, and I was like, I didn't remember, because I know this was similar in 0.1, but I got to tier 1 maps and I was like, oh, I'm just going to do the Nexus, right, as we go. Like, tier 1 maps into tier 2, into tier 3, or whatever. And I realized, no, I can literally already do tier 13 maps. And I know my build was good. This is not like the brag kind of thing. A lot of other people have said the same. It's like, I don't feel the difference really. And in POE1, like if you go from white to yellow map to red maps, it's like, what the hell? Like, what? You have no chance.
It's actually
right?
kind of funny.
One shot. Yeah, you get one shot. And in POE2, I don't even feel the difference. And I just started doing like tier 13 maps immediately, and it gives me like 5 times XP. And it's just like, where's the progression? Right?
Yeah, so I was just gonna say like the difference between T1 and T16 maps in Path of Exile 1, it's like I don't know the numbers, but it's crazy. Like your character is just so much weaker when you enter T1.
And the map
in Path of Exile 2 you don't
as well.
Yeah, and the map modifier, everything obviously. Yeah, like it goes crazy. Like whereas in POE2 you don't really feel that. And this kind of like, it's almost like we had this discussion internally at Max Roll before deciding whether we wanted to have like league starters or not. My idea was like, oh, just make them go to T15. Some people were like, what, so you want like a leveling build to go to T15s? And in my brain I was thinking like, yeah, what's the difference between like T1s and 15s? Like if you can make it to maps, you can make it a 15, right? And that's exactly what it feels like right now, where the progression in the campaign is the hard part, and then at maps it just accelerates you to T15s like super fast, and it doesn't feel like it's necessarily like so insanely harder. And it just doesn't feel like you're really progressing through the end game as you would.
I think what it is as well is you get out of campaign at level 14 skills, and then if you keep progressing, you're never gonna get more than like 15 normal. But if you just do a tier 13, 14, immediately you have like level 18, and now you also get stronger, right? So you adjust to the difficulty immediately. You get way better gear, which I also don't feel like is the same in POE1. So yeah, the progression right now I feel like is a little bit weird.
Yeah, I think it's what Palstron said there at the end of why that happens. So when you move from the campaign to the end game, a lot of the power that you get is front loaded, right? You get like the cheap uniques, or you chance it up. You get some basic gear that caps your resistances and has one stat that you're looking for. And then you level up it's very easy to level up your skill gems like 3 or 4 times pretty quickly after running a couple of maps. And then you just got a huge power boost, and the monsters are not tuned to increase very much from the 1 to 15 journey. So it's very front loaded, which is maybe not the worst thing, because POE2 is a little bit more, even though it's a more difficult game in some aspects, it's good for the masses that you get your rewards in the beginning. But yeah, it definitely feels very different from POE1, where I'm genuinely afraid of, like, I'll get way stronger, but I'm still genuinely afraid when I finally get to red maps, because this is going to be very, very difficult.
Rough.
I feel the opposite. Like, going in from the campaign in the beginning when my skill gems are low and I don't have gear, that's like the highest danger. Once I start getting it, I could care less whether I'm in a T8 or a T15.
A weird thing there is as well. You will. I mean, one thing I will say is it does get more dangerous in terms of like enemy damage. So with certain builds, like tier 15s are like rippier. But then the next problem is, okay, so you get to maps and you can one shot a tier 1 rare. You can probably one shot a tier 15 rare, but you might die a lot more in tier 15. So it feels weird that, for example, if you're not if you're on the bottom or ranger side of the tree, you don't have any defense, right? It's like armor right now is unplayable, so that maybe makes it feel even worse. But it's not like you can really prep for them all that much. Like, you don't have life nodes to take. So it also feels weird in that sense that everything gets rippier. You're already one-shotting tier 15 mobs, but your defense just doesn't feel like it caught up yet because you don't have the levels yet, which is kind of the only way to get a lot of your life, right? So it's like, it also feels awkward that way.
Yeah, I feel that. That's another issue where I feel like we could have a discussion about like defenses and what role they're currently at, like playing in Path of Exile 2 and how to build them and that sort of stuff. So I feel like defenses, they feel very binary in POE2. It just feels kind of like you get what you're served. If you're like on the right side of the tree, you just go for like evasion ES. If you're on the top side, you get ES. If you're on the bottom, you get armor, which is like that's normal. But usually, uniques kind of like historically in the past. And I keep always referencing Path of Exile 1 because, of course, that's the only game that we can reference the same, right? But in Path of Exile 1, you unlock items that then completely flip upside down how you would build a character or a character's defenses, which at the moment in Path of Exile 2 we're kind of like lacking, right? So the question is like defenses and how they feel. Like, it just doesn't feel like really we have an avenue for investing in them. So people are just really going hard on the offensive side, and that's why you're kind of seeing a lot of just builds that just get one shot because they just have no ways of realistically doing anything aside for just getting a bunch of ES and evasion, right, or armor or whatever else.
Which also doesn't help the gameplay style they want, right? Where you're actually interacting with your environment, you're not gonna, right? Because if you're interacting in harder content, you're probably gonna die. I mean, there's a lot of issues. Like, for example, the discrepancy between evasion and block. If you think about how easy it is to get 75% evasion versus getting 75 block, and you have to give up your shield slot and whatnot, it's like that is completely out of whack. Evasion is just insane in general. Energy shield is still incredible. Armor is non-existent, so there's like a million problems. You also have the fact that there's very little other defensive layers, so you don't have any of these build-defining defensive uniques or like timeless keystones or whatever that you actually have to build around, like big brain defensive setups. But that's something where I'd say that's gonna be added with time.
Come with time, hopefully.
Yeah, I don't. The armor's gonna get buffed as well, so I think it's gonna be fine in like, I don't know, a few months probably.
That was the point I was going to make, that Palstron made at the end. I feel exactly the way that Tuna says it is. I feel like it's very binary. If I'm going this way, I'm going to take this. On my Lich, I go up. I take Energy Shield. On my Amazon, I go right. I'm already wearing a shield. I take evasion and block. That's what I do. I think this will get fixed over time. I'm not super worried about this. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. We've been crying about the armor formula. The only thing that really surprised me is usually grinding gear games sounds like they have a lot of like internal discussions on a lot of different topics based on the things that the community is talking about. And they made one comment in one of the recent interviews where they were like, yeah, we haven't really looked at the actual armor formula yet. We're going to like completely redo it. I was like, wow, you didn't see like all the videos that came out about armor? There's so many of them. It's like they didn't have a chance to rediscuss the formula yet, but at the same time, I think that they will. I think they'll get it closer. Like, you could maybe argue it's a little bit closer this patch, because last patch Energy Shield with Grim Feast was a billion times better than everything else. So I guess we're stepping in the right direction, but I guess building defenses is not like a mental exercise currently. It's just you take what's in front of you and that's what you get.
Yeah, I mean,
For
Warrior
sure.
still feels weird because you kind of have to. I mean, you don't. I'll say this: Smith of Kitava gave you a new Band-Aid solution where you're basically, I go Smith, I can now not go Evasion or Energy Shield. But if you're, for example, a Titan, you have to think about what you're doing. I know because I'm playing it right now, and it's like, yeah, you have to like
You're the
invest in the
warrior
block,
god.
and you have to maybe even dip a little bit into evasion. And the funny thing is, I'm literally investing 2 passive points and like a few item bases that I would do anyways, and I have 60% evasion, and it's like,
Yeah,
what?
it's really nice. Yeah, evasion's
Yeah,
so OP.
I don't know. So you go to the right side, you go to the left side to energy shield, and that's kind of what you do as a warrior right now. And honestly, if they make armor good, I think warrior will be absolutely amazing. Like it
Very
is already
strong.
obviously good,
Yeah.
but like the armor nodes right there, like if armor is good, those armor nodes are super premium. Like there's really good notables, like the crit one, for example. Oh my god, like it's gonna be mayhem. Yeah.
One thing that I actually like that Rax mentioned that kind of like resonated with me is the fact that recently it does feel like grinding gear games, of course, outside of like the recent fallout and their response, it does feel like grinding gear games is taking the approach of being totally disconnected from the community, and it feels like to me like it just feels like them having more involvement with the community is the reason why we've been seeing positive change coming into the game and that kind of stuff. Though my sort of like point here would be that I would love to see more community involvement from grinding gear games, but like have a more like proactive approach towards it as opposed to like like doing stuff and then people complain and then we post solve it, because like it also puts Jonathan on the spot, which I don't think is
Yeah.
real like is good for like Jonathan's mental and the future of the game. Because as you saw, like at the beginning of the Ziz interview, he was nothing but resentful towards both Ziz and I feel like a lot of the community sentiment.
Defensive, I feel like. Yeah, defensive.
Right, which is like it's sort of like, but like the the complaints and all this kind of stuff, it comes from a place of passion. And I know there is, of course, a lot of like people who take it way too far, which is like those people should be like shunned from the community in general. Like we want feedback, we don't want any sort of like insults or anything like that, right? But how do you guys feel like, and especially Rax, how do you feel like Grinding Gear Games is doing in regards to community management from in comparison to like experiences that you've had in the past dealing with other developers?
I'll be honest with you, and maybe my answer might shock you. I think they're actually doing a pretty great job on the Jonathan thing specifically. I think, I mean, he kind indirectly by his own admission at the end of the interview said like he woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. I'm guessing those guys aren't getting a lot of sleep. I'm sure that they have the pressure of the world on their hands, and everybody always jokes about the vision. One thing about the quote unquote vision is I think it's absolutely incredible that gaming developers feel very passionately that they want to make a game and they want to make it run like this. For example, by their own admission in Diablo 4, Diablo 4 has had an identity crisis, and I think that more than anything has held it back. It's the change of leadership. It's the change of ideas too many times. That also doesn't work. But you also can't be closed-minded toward the community. As Tuna said, when the passionate people come in and they want to give you feedback, you've got to be able to listen. But Jonathan is not a robot, as far as I know. I've never talked to him. I've never met him, but he's a person too. And I bet 95% of the people in his shoes would be feeling the pressure and would be feeling like some negativity. So I'll be honest with you, maybe I shouldn't do this. So I just, in my personal opinion, I give him a full pass for that. It's fine. I would much rather see interviews kind of like respectfully dueling each other than just an echo chamber blindly agreeing with everything. And yeah. I mean, Grinding Gear Games has implemented a lot of changes within the first week that are actually impacting people right now. Like, is going through the campaign and cutting every monster 25%, is that an elegant long-term solution? I mean, probably not, but a lot of people logged in and said, well, I couldn't kill the Act 2 boss, and now I killed her. So, or him, or whatever the hell it is. So they said, all right, now I'm progressing through. It's an early access. I just want people to play the game and test it. And I actually kind of really believe in grinding gear games. I think they usually get there compared to, I'm not even just picking on Blizzard, but a lot of the other gaming companies seem more closed off from the community. I agree with Tuna that the more that they engage and the more that they draw from the community, the better their game will be. But I actually don't think grinding gear games is doing that bad of a job, if I'm being completely honest.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
I feel like I feel
I
like to
agree.
your point, Tuna, as well is sure they should take the criticism because people are passionate about it, but at the same time, the fact that Jonathan was so defensive in the first half of the interview also shows his passion, right? On the other end,
Yeah, yeah.
so like
Don't
he
don't
wouldn't
get me wrong.
be.
I love Jonathan. Like
Yeah, yeah,
I know like a lot of people are like, oh, like, but I like. Sorry to interrupt you there, but there's one thing that like I think a lot of people saw negatively from what Jonathan said, and I think about it a lot because even though it comes like some people might disagree with Jonathan's vision, the fact that he said like he's trying to design a game that he wants to play is just shows just how passionate and how much he loves Path of Exile, right? Like he's trying to make the game that he would genuinely just be like, wasting his life on, which it might be going in a direction which a lot of people are not liking, but at the very least it shows his commitment and his love and his passion. So at the very least we know that's there. So
and
yeah, sorry,
they have a
Pastor, go on.
no, they have a rough chop, right? Like you said, they have basically have two sides. I mean, it's kind of the same side, but they're saying two things at the same time. Why does this game even exist? And then why don't you take stuff from POE1 that is better than what you currently have? Which both leads into the problem of it's just going to end up being POE1, right? So why does it
Yeah,
exist?
yeah,
So
that's
they
true.
have to have a reason for the game to exist, and that's basically their vision, or however you want to call it. But then everybody's trying to steer them towards POE1 because that's what we know, and that's what a lot of us enjoy already. And there has to be some pushback there because otherwise we're going to end up there again. And so I think there's going to be a lot more friction over the next year or so. And I think they're going to find like a lane where it makes sense. And for example, the end game right now, I don't enjoy, but at the same time, I cannot tell you how I would want the end game to be other than make it like POE1, which would also be the wrong answer because there is already a POE1, right? So
Yeah,
I couldn't even tell you what I want there. It's just that whenever they make certain changes, I'm like, oh, now it got better. So for example, the rare change on the minimap. For me, every map feels a third as big now because I don't have to hug the wall, go into crevices, and hope there's a rare there or whatever. That gave me such an upwind in endgame that I feel like if they make more and more of these changes, maybe we'll get somewhere, right?
yeah. I mean, to add to sort of like maybe be a bit like playing devil's advocate to your point though, is people they can't know what they don't know, right? So it's kind of like you're putting like somebody in front of like 30 flavors of ice cream, but they know they like chocolate, they're going to say chocolate, right? So that's why the community is saying make POE1,
Yeah.
right? Because they just don't know, they don't have the but what the developers need to translate is when people say make POE1, what do they mean by that, right? Do they mean like make it more sandbox? Do they mean give us more agency? So that's why they're in game development and we're in the business of complaining, I suppose.
I
Right?
feel like
So
Yeah,
yeah,
I feel like their biggest trouble there is that they have learned so much over the years that they could implement into the game, but they also have to implement it in a different
yeah,
way than they have in the past because of POE1, right? And they want it to be different. So it's kind of like I don't know, maybe a singer that has a certain style of singing, but you don't want it to be repetitive over and over. So you have to kind of mix it up, and now you have to apply your skills but differently. So honestly, I was like a lot more negative 5 days ago whenever I made my video. Um, and I gotta say, like just the quickie changes have really turned it around for me. And for me, the only thing I want the game to be is I want to wake up. I want to like immediately have the magnet to the PC, right? Where you're like, oh my, I brushing teeth, overrated. I'm just gonna go to the PC and you're just gonna like start gaming. And I haven't really had that in POE2 yet, but in the last few days, it's starting, right? I can
yeah.
feel it a little bit. Yeah.
Fair enough. Postron doesn't brush his teeth. Confirm, chat. Um, No, I feel that, bro. I feel that so much. Like when a league launches and you just want to do nothing but game and you can't sleep. Yeah, 100%.
I
That's
want
all we
that.
want,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
For sure. Do you feel like you wanted to add anything to this subject, Rex, or?
Yeah, it's like it's kind of as you guys described. It's like an endless game of cat and mouse. Here's the bottom line that a lot of people in the community just need to hear, and actually like take 10 seconds and do your deep breathing techniques and let it soak in. What we don't need is POE1 again. We had POE1. I do think that it was a little bit surprising that some of the systems like crafting just that they are just seemingly worse, a lot worse right now. In the end game, it's just it, at least in the first iteration, it's just seemingly a lot worse than what we had in PoE1. It's the age old problem where, can you imagine if grinding gear games had just continued to get feedback for, let's say, another 6 months, and let's say whatever the next patch is was 0.3, that had been everyone's first time playing PoE2. The campaign is a little bit easier. The swarmy monsters aren't there. The map tab is in the game. You actually go to the nexuses and cleanse. There's a little bit of a strategy. You have 6 portals. There's so many things that out of the gate made people very contentious that it devolved very quickly into, why didn't you make PoE1? But it sounds like they already have tons and tons of ideas for building out their full vision of the game that we just haven't seen yet. So when you log in, it's like Palstron said, logged into a patch, felt like shit, made an angry video. They make some relatively small changes that they can make in a single day, and the game already feels better. It's this age-old problem of, yes, there's early access for a game, but it's also your chance to make a first impression with a huge amount of the audience. I think gaming companies in general should launch stuff in early access much further in its development going forward to avoid this situation.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The game released way too early.
I want 100% agree with that, and that's like a thing that GG has always done. And the thing is, you get conditioned to complaining because you feel like that's the only way you get change, because something gets from, like, for example, I mean, I always bring up bestiary with like nets, right? It's like, okay, GG's like, we're gonna make a Pokemon League, and imagine PoE1, like as fast paced as it is, get enemies to 10% HP exactly, and then throw a Pokeball and wait, right? Like that makes no sense. It's like nobody tested this, and those kind of leaks get implemented, and you're just like wondering what the hell happened there. So you get conditioned over time, is what I'm saying. That feedback gets you somewhere, and then feedback gets changed. So you have a lot of the vocal people being like, that's how you get change. And if that is also something where I can defend them, but at the same time, I understand everybody who criticizes them, because they chose to put it out in that fashion, right? At the same time.
Sure. And there tends to be a lot of like this misunderstanding of like the fact that there are players who are playing like 100 times more than other people, that experience the problems other people might not experience much sooner, that then complain, and people are like, what are you talking about? And then 2 weeks later, everyone has the same complaints, right? Which is also, I think, pretty much like as old as time itself in Path of Exile. So
I do think that is one of the that's one of the issues that we can actually place on ourselves or on the community sometimes, not always. A lot of times the complaining is warranted and it comes from a place of passion. But a lot of times I think people just bitch just to bitch. And I'll be honest with you, man. I don't know how you guys feel about it. After doing this for so many years, eventually you just get kind of sick of it. So what I try to do is like the Men in Black, you know how you just wipe everything clean. When something new comes out, I try to just give it a fresh perspective and not going in like already with my gun drawn, ready to complain about everything. I give you an example. Like in the last patch, I started like 2 different characters. Huntress, I switched off of it in Act 2 just because I wasn't really enjoying it. and then I went and played Lich, and I was just cruising, just killing everything. It was a lot more fun. But a lot of people were asking me, like, the campaign is too hard. What do you think? Da 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 da. And I said, well, I agree with you. Like, it's pretty difficult here, but I'm not struggling here. Like, I'm sure you guys weren't either. It's like the people that degenerately play this game. Do you think the fact that Act 2 Jamanra is a tough boss is going to stop us? I mean, maybe we wipe once or twice and we just press forward. So a lot of the times, one thing that it kind of makes me scratch my head is like, if I make a video saying I do think the campaign is in like an unfair position, there's too many swarmy monsters, the Act 2 boss is stopping half of my chat from me playing the game, and then they say, Rax, you're a noob. It's like, bro, do you think that I can't kill Jamanra? Like, are you serious? I killed.
Day one.
It's like, yeah, it's like, I don't know. I'm very sick of all the negativity, and I try not to feed into it. What I try to do is, on a new patch, I play what they've got, and I ask myself, how am I feeling? Is this better? Try to give the feedback and see what happens.
It's a very reasonable take.
Pretty healthy, yeah.
But it's that's also a nice segue into talking about the early game and the campaign itself. And for me, the main thing that I felt like the main issue is they really try to go for this scarcity approach where you're just picking up items, salvaging, and all that kind of stuff. And watching the interview with Jonathan actually gave me a lot of insight on how he plays. And there's like these memes going around about like Jonathan's client or whatever, like he has like infinite regal orbs or whatever else. But I do feel like there's a merit to saying that I feel like they're fairly disconnected from the community because they play on internal clients. And I don't know if this is a conspiracy from my end. They play on internal clients with 0 ping. Porting to town does not take 20 minutes like it takes us. So me picking up items to take to town to salvage is not something I do because I have to load 3,000 people's MTXs and it takes 15 minutes to get there. And then I have to like salvage all the things. So what I'm going to do is I'm just not going to go to town. I'm not going to salvage. And what I just feels like to me, like you need the power lies in items, right? That's POE2 puts 10 times more emphasis in items than POE1 because of the fact that POE1's passive tree has so much more power ingrained into it. You can end the campaign in POE1 with 2 blue wands, right? If you do that in POE2, you're absolutely screwed. So the whole point is that they're not providing players the means to pull themselves out of the mud outside of salvaging, and salvaging is not something that people want to engage in. Specifically because, first of all, I think it's just tedious, which is a personal opinion. And secondly, because doing that on League Start means I have to take a 15-minute trip to the town in order to just get my things salvaged. And this is exacerbated when you get to Act 3 because of the way that it functions. It adds even more layers to me wanting to do this. But that's my point of view, and it's quite loaded, but I did want to know what you guys' opinion are on this because I have put like a lot of thought into it, but I'd really want to know your perspective because maybe I'd love to change my opinion and perspective on these things, like just hearing what you guys think.
Rex?
I mean, it's an age-old problem, right? So how is their perspective of them playing the game versus us? The thing is the first time that I played Elden Ring, I thought the game was very difficult in a great way. Like I didn't use a summon at all. Obviously, use a summon, it completely changes the game. Like it's kind of like choose your own difficulty. If you go into a boss and use a summon, and the boss is not even meleeing you, it's meleeing your ad. Even if the ad does no damage, it's free, right? Definitely, Jonathan and Mark are going to be significantly better at the game than the average person. And the average person is, especially in POE2 more than POE1, a very important target demographic for them. They've got to find a very consistent and concrete way to solicit feedback from them. I know the way that Blizzard does it, which I guess admittedly, I don't actually know how it works, but I know that they do surveys. They vomit out surveys all the time. To me, Personally, that seems like an extremely shitty way to get feedback. On a scale of 1 to 5, how much did you like the campaign? Any other points to add about the like, that is not how you are going to learn anything. What would be much better is to get a bunch of random average Jim Bobs and not really to have a dialogue, only listen and just say, tell me how playing the campaign was for you. How many hours did you play? What class did you play? Tell me what the memorable moments were for you, good or bad. Another thing about like the pacing of the game. Like you mentioned that Jonathan doesn't give us tools to get us, unstuck out of the mud. I think this is a feeling that I get. I haven't heard them say this, but it seems like um, the vision for POE2's campaign is not that you just kind of waltz forward through it. Meaning, you don't walk forward, and if you fight the wolf boss and you can't kill him, well, now you can just port to town, and with your decent amount of crafting materials, you can solve your problems, port back down, and kill him. It sounds like they want you to explore and struggle and, maybe even encounter a boss that you can't kill and, go farm some more levels, go get another support gem, go farm some crafting materials to try to get an upgrade or two, and then go back in. To me personally, if that is their vision, in general, I like those games like Elden Ring. Sometimes like the water temple boss on Zelda is too tough and you missed a key upgrade and you have to go get it. But that's definitely not the norm in ARPGs, right? Like maybe a little bit in No Rest for the Wicked, but No Rest for the Wicked isn't sending 10 wolves at Mach 10 after you. You fight one wolf. And I don't know, like it for me, for the masses, for me, if that is their vision, I think it's going to be very tough for them to pull that off and not have people have a bad feeling about it because it is an ARPG.
Yeah.
Well, Rex said
Agreed.
there, I can 100% agree with, because I had that negative reaction at the start as well, because I played POE1, easiest campaign of your life. Last Epoch, easiest campaign of your life. Torchlight Infinite, easiest campaign of your life. D3, easiest campaign of your life. Like, all of these are basically just placeholders to get you in the game. They don't mean anything. You click through the lore, and then you get to endgame. Nobody knows why they exist, but they kind of exist, so the game is kind of like cohesive, right? But POE2 has a different approach, and I've had this before where I'm before Dreadnought, and I'm not playing an optimal setup, and I'm like resetting the zone 2 more times, and I'm getting another 3 levels, and all of a sudden I have like 15% more damage, and I got like a little bit more life, and I found 2 more items that I can use, and all of a sudden I can do Dreadnought, right? And I'm not used to this, like redoing content and over leveling or whatever for certain bosses that are a little bit overtuned. But then you do it, and you're like, yeah, okay, that's not too bad. And I'm having trouble knowing, am I the problem in terms of, do I not am I just not used to it, and do I have something in my mind how it is ought to be, or is it actually not enjoyable, right? Like in the moment, obviously I know it's not enjoyable, but maybe it's kind of like in POE2 when you start feeling the end game and you kind of start understanding how to make currency, you start throwing essences on items, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, now I have the vines, and then it's like, I don't know, maybe it's just like a struggle at the start and it's gonna become normal. So I don't know, it's like really hard to say.
So
Well, in my opinion, the campaign is supposed to be a tutorial for the game, right? And
Yeah, but
as a
you can
person
have
is
that
going,
hard, like Souls-like game
yeah,
can like
yeah,
have
like the
difficult
difficulty
tutorials as well.
regardless, right? But like in the campaign, the only thing you realistically interact with is the disenchanter and the vendor. What does that teach you about Path of Exile? Like a game with the most intricate and the best currency system ever invented, and like the most item depth in any game ever made. Like when what you're doing is control Fing the vendor and salvaging stuff, right? Where is like grinding gear games teaching a person this is an alchemy orb, this is what it does, be careful, don't
Yeah,
want to use it on
crafting.
everything, it's fairly
Yeah,
rare,
of
this is an
course,
exalted orb, like
of
there's
course.
no interaction between the core systems of the game and teaching them to the player in the campaign. And then the fact that there is such restricted access to items and it's so obscure how you search for items because people are just like not checking the vendors every level, which is what you do to make the campaign easier, right? Like if you check the vendors every level, the campaign is not that bad. Like it's realistically pretty easy. Control F resistance, you'll eventually be capped. To regal those, you're fine, right? But the problem is that like there's this disconnect between what the developers want you to do and what people are doing, when it could just be solved by cutting out the middleman, in my opinion, and the middleman being the disenchanter. Like drop the shards, drop the orbs, you know, make the game about killing monsters, which is what people want to do. Like, why are we interacting with NPCs for our way of obtaining items in a game that's all about killing monsters, dropping loot, and upgrading our items through the loot that they drop, right? To me, it just feels like there's massive dissonance between how people want to play ARPGs and how grinding gear games wants to make you play through the campaign. Now, it's very loaded and a very opinion based statement what I just said, but that's my point of view.
So, real quick to touch on what Palstron said, he asked like a philosophical question: is the problem like with us? Like, are we just not used to this, and are we complaining that the PoE campaign is challenging and is trying to like stop you in your tracks? And how should it be? Should it just be like a tutorial for the game that you just skip through and yada yada yada? I think the answer here, at least for me personally, is pretty obvious. I think that they want to make the campaign an experience, a game, and in D4 was able to do that in a few moments, at least in the base campaign for me. Like I believe it was the second boss where that giant dog spawns in that town and just lights the whole town on fire and destroys the town. And back then, when the game was much more difficult, it was actually a tough fight too. It's like, oh, I actually remember fighting that boss, and then I don't remember much of any of the rest of the campaign. Maybe when you fight Lilith at the end, or when you see Andariel again. Like, but there was at least like a moment or two where I remember like a really cool thing that happened, a really challenging boss fight. I think if we had the choice, if we zoomed out, if we forgot every single game, if we forgot all preconceived notions, we said, okay, when you buy an ARPG and you have a campaign, the campaign could just serve as just a stupid tutorial for the end game, or it could be an actual game, a challenging game that's, trying to really test you and all these different things. I would pick the second one all the time, which I think is what grinding gear games is trying to make. And I think the fact that we just aren't used to it, I think is kind of a bad excuse. I think that like I really remember a lot of the POE2 campaign, like when I fought the wolf. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually really looking forward to Acts 4, 5, and 6. They might be some really tough, memorable bosses in there that it's actually kind of a struggle to get through. I remember like when I'm playing my hardcore characters, when I get to Ruja and Ruja does her swingy bob, and if she hits you with that, it's like a 100-0. It's like I have to play here or my hardcore journey is over. I think that's way better than the former of here's a piece of shit tutorial that you just run through every single league. That's your campaign. Da 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 da.
That's true.
The genre breaking stuff for me that I've had to kind of struggle with in POE2 is the kind of dopamine levels that POE2 has in terms of being able to shut your brain off and just grind, right? Have a grinding gear game and just very little friction, being able to control every single variable everywhere, like you said earlier, Rax, right? Like what you farm, where you farm, how you farm it, at what pace you farm it. And that is currently not there in POE2 for me, where I feel like I'm in the zone, right? Like where I'm like, I don't even know, I can't even measure time anymore because I still have these moments where I'm challenged, right? So at the same time where you say it's good to be challenged often with like the game throwing stuff at you, at the same time, I'm used to RPGs where that is the case, right? Where you can turn your brain off and where you can have those feelings, right? That runner's high or whatever you want to call it. So I'm having a really hard time kind of marrying those ideas, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with this. Like, and it resonates with me a lot. Like, where I feel like RPGs really shine when you have those ups and downs of like having to pay attention and that kind of stuff. And this might be like a bit of a cooked take, but I don't know how people feel about it. I feel like Diablo 3 kind of achieved this in that like you have farming mode, like even though the farming mode was completely ass, but you have farming mode and then you have lock-in mode. You know, when you're pushing GRs, you're locked in. When you're farming, and then when you come across a rare or like a Greater Rift Guardian or something like that, like you have to be locked in. But the game is about like you're mowing shit down and then you're focused. You're mowing shit down and you're focused. So like having those like, you know, moments of like you need to lock in and then you get a reward for it. It just feels like we're sort of like lacking that a bit in POE2, especially during the campaign. Like I think most people just want to kill white monsters, get to a rare, and then lock in, right? Like and at the moment it feels like you're locked in for the white monsters and the rare comes along and it's just like you're locked in even more, but it's more just like doesn't have that sort of like ARPG sort of like wave type of attention span that people have become accustomed to.
I think a lot of people would agree with what you said. I think to some degree, Grinding Gear Games agrees with it. So I think Grinding Gear Games is trying to do a very, very fine balance, which is not easy to do, of to not have the white mobs completely meaningless. Like they could kill you if you pull several screens of them and you make a mistake, that they could kill you. But again, it's an ARPG. We need to have some speed. We need to have some fluidity. There's a time for farming. There's a time for bossing or for some engaging fights. And we can see that they didn't hit the mark. It's been like pretty heavily in favor, at least in the early campaign, of the white mobs. Like I always say on my stream, like, oh, it's a white mob. Let me back up to the start. Like I've got Ragnaros chasing me here. But they seem to agree because they did a pass through. They adjusted some of the swarmy monsters. I remember, I'll never forget, I zoned into the second zone for the first time after killing the Miller. A white wolf came up to me and bit me for 60% of my health bar. I'm like, I just lost 60% of my health to a white mob, and there's like 5 of them, and I don't have any gold, I don't have any gear. Like, this is what everyone will have. I was like, all right, that's a bit insane. I think that was their way of saying like, welcome to Path of Exile 2, but that's not the message we want to deliver. It doesn't need to be that severe, right? So I think, again, as Palstron said at the beginning of the podcast, iteratively, they'll get it much closer. It's been in favor of the monsters, the white trash mobs so far, for sure.
It's interesting you say that because I criticize white mobs a lot in this game, and I feel like what you just said kind of puts the nail on the head, where in most ARPGs, white mobs don't really exist other than to show you how strong you are. Whether you proliferate from them, they're basically just like there to get exploded, right? They're just a power fantasy, right? Whereas magic mobs have a little bit of a ramp up, and then rares are there to stop you a little bit, and then uniques are above that. But taking away that layer of making you feel strong and those white mobs actually being challenging kind of makes your character feel weaker overall, I feel like, opposed to other ARPGs. And the question is that a problem that you have these white mobs as stand-ins to make you feel good about your character? That's the question. I don't really see why that would be a problem. White mobs need to be deadly. And also, if white mobs are that deadly, like you said, I mean, you're not wrong. White mobs literally hit harder than some of the bosses. Like there is white mobs, like the skeletons. If you're hit by that, right? It's over. Whereas I can literally tank bosses, and I just have the feeling like, why? If the rarity of a mob doesn't mean anything, then what does it mean? Like, what does it mean at all, right?
You know what's weird sometimes is like I feel like I get hit by like a blue or a white monster for just as hard as when I'm doing like a boss. Right.
Yes,
And it's like it just
100%.
feels like the balance is so out of whack where like a boss hits me, I get hit for 1.5k. I'm in a map, I get hit by like a blue or a rare, and I just get hit for 1.5k as well. It's like I'm literally fighting like I don't know, like Zesht, you know, this guy is like the god of hands or whatever. Like he's supposed to like slap me, you know, into the next dimension. That's what he does. That's why he's got so many hands, but a white monster has the same amount of like power, relative power, in T15 maps than this guy.
So again, like, to talk to Grinding Gear Games, like if you want a data point, like how do we turn this into actual feedback? So I'm playing Essence Drain Contagion Lich, which is just like dots, right? And I don't know how many deaths I have in maps. I just a guess. Let's say I've died 10 times in maps. I have never died to a boss. And my character is not a bosser at all. I have to put up the dots. I put up my totem. By the way, my totem dies in one hit. He's the guy that does most of my damage. I'm resummoning him all the time. By the way, he's expensive. It drains all of my mana. But whatever. I put up my dots. I put up my totem like 15 times because he keeps getting one-shotted. And then I just run around the arena and you can't kill me. And if you hit me, you still won't kill me. I have 6,000 energy shield and 2,000 health. I haven't died one time to a boss. But like I turn the corner and 5 white mobs that are super fast and each of them melee me for 1.5, they can absolutely kill me. So it's like that's the part, like that's an actual example. That's a data point, like a focus group chat of the boss, the relative power is certainly off. Like however they want to design it, certainly the boss is supposed to be harder than the trash. I don't fear any boss. I can just run away from your mechanics easily.
100%, yeah.
You know what the best example is that I just remembered? Do you guys know the poison snake boss in Act 3, which is a pretty
Viper?
good boss overall?
Viper?
Yeah, Viper, yeah. And after she dies, it's like, oh wow, I beat the boss, and you're like, it was kind of challenging, right? And you like pick up the stuff and you're like, yo, chat, what do you think about that? And then you look back on the screen and 5 white mobs surround you, like the warriors.
They
that
just
come out
one-shot
afterwards,
you. Yeah.
and they 2-shot you, right? And you're like, huh? I just got like slammed. Like I don't know what.
I just beat a god, and then there are 2 minions just
Meanwhile, Viper, I could tank several of those spear poison thingies, right? And flask through it. Like it is wild, yeah.
It's crazy. I think Path of Exile is the only ARPG where you can like genuinely just like get 2-shot to a white monster. It makes 0 sense. I've been doing like my sort of like research and looking around at like the damage that people are taking in other games, and it just makes, honestly, it kind of doesn't really make too sense. And I know it's because of the fact that there is so much variance in gear and map modifiers and all of this kind of stuff, so it's like impossible for them to balance. But it just doesn't feel right. It feels like it should be balanced around the floor, and then for people that want or are stronger, you should allow them for more challenge. But I don't feel like map modifiers are achieving that, and they're not achieving that for me. They never achieved that in Path of Exile 1 either. Like map modifiers are not exactly like how to make content harder, right? In Path of Exile 1, it's kind of devolved into stacking damage reduction on monsters as well as like toughness and that kind of stuff, right? Which has gotten a bit ridiculous in that game too. And I'm not saying that's the arbiter of truth, like when it comes to ARPGs. I think like the whack, like it's completely out of whack in Path of Exile 1 as well. But in POE2, they've just like taken this issue and like plugged it in as well. So
I think one final point on this is, I think this is one of the things that's going to be hardest to solve with how many variables in Path of Exile 2 still have to change. We don't even have like half the classes released. We don't even have half of the weapon types. And like still, like, you know, we just talked about, we go one side of the tree, you're forced to spec into it. There's so many variables that I expect them to open up in the game that keeping the right balance between the monsters all the time at every single patch is going to be extremely difficult, and honestly probably, you could even argue, a waste of time. Because what's really going to matter is when you got the basic stuff, of your vision, you got all the classes in the game. I really care about what does the balance feel like then. It doesn't feel good for us as players right now in early access, because a lot of us didn't buy early access to be testers. We just bought it just to have fun in a game. But with how many variables are still yet to change, I think that doing the massive balance patches now all the time might actually be a waste of resources.
Yeah, that might be. Which is one of the problems with starting early access so early, right?
Yes. Yes.
Right, yeah.
You just got to do it
I
further
actually came to
along.
the same conclusion.
I mean,
I
I know a
felt
lot
like
of
early access
people
came out
who,
too early, right?
yeah, I know a lot of people who checked into the first patch when they released early access, and they basically said, "Yeah, I'm coming back in a year."
Waiting in, yeah.
And
In
and
a way,
time.
like
and that's a good
that's the
strategy.
curse of being a streamer in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's a good strategy. If you're not a streamer making
Absolutely.
content, you're not having fun,
and
come
you're not
back in a
building
year.
that baggage either.
Yeah.
We're building the
one of the
baggage
reasons
of
I'm
like,
playing, one of the reasons
yeah,
I'm playing right now is literally to learn the game, right? I want to be on top, kind of, where I
when it
know what's
comes
going
out.
on. Because you
Yeah,
know
yeah.
how you miss a patch in POE1, for example, and then you come back and it feels like you're an alien in like a fucking a different on a different planet, and it's like, what happened? I don't know with which patch what happened, right? And I don't want to have that feeling ever. I want to at least know a little bit what's going on to never like lose that red dot, kind of. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Imagine
Now,
if you missed recombinating last league. I was talking to DM. I was like, "Have you tried recombinating?" He's like, "Nah, I don't want to build my town." I was like, "Oh yes, you do. Look at
You do.
this chess piece I
Yeah.
just made 5 T1s or whatever."
I'm making
Yeah.
a two-handed Ellie sword. I don't need enchantments. I think you should look into it maybe.
Yeah, Settlers V7 at this point. Holy, I'm ready. I mean, to move on from this subject though, I did want to ask you guys, how do you feel about, in general, build diversity in Path of Exile 2?
Mm, honestly, I feel like it's okay. I feel like right now the meta is very stale in terms of top builds, because some of the bigger content creators make a build and everybody kind of follows it. I feel like the reason why most people don't play off meta right now is because they want to learn the game. They don't really know what's going on yet. Like there is no lightning strike to be tired of, or there is no,
Mm,
oh, I've played Toxic Rain for 5 leagues in a row. There's only new skills you've never played before. So I think like if
mm,
you have tastemakers that kind of play, everybody plays the same build, like Lightning Spear or whatever,
yeah,
people are gonna play it. Yeah, I think right now there's a lot of viable builds, actually, a lot of viable builds that aren't being played as well.
it's true.
I'll be honest with you, like it's such a fresh experience. I'm also not like the biggest POE1 vet. I've only played for 1 year. A lot of this is just completely new to me, and I have played games with a lot less depth for a lot longer. So I'm not currently getting bored. I think the phenomenon that Palstron described is what happens a lot. People make a certain build, everybody copies it, it works. There are some people experimenting here and there and here and there. But for example, no one expected Warrior to win all the races, and then Angurmus goes in with Perfect Strike and just deletes all of them. Whereas before, everyone was laughing at like how bad Warrior was. I think, as okay, to give you a direct point of feedback though, on this topic, there is something that I feel is off. I'm wondering if you guys agree. When I am making a build and they said like, oh, we're adding 100 new support gems. When I look at it, when I actually take the time to read them and figure out what could go in here, there usually aren't a lot of choices. It's usually boils down to, okay, there's 3 or 4 of these that either give me chaining or 25% multiplicative damage for a downside that I can easily deal with, and that's it. Or I apply lightning exposure or whatever. Like I think their goal is for the skills to actually have like 10 truly viable choices for your main skill for a lot of different builds, and I am not feeling that way. I was like, okay, here's what I'm doing. Okay, let's go see what Fubgun is doing. Oh, he has the same gems except one is different. I'm like, okay. So I think they're trying to make that happen, but I'm currently not feeling like it's there really at all.
I feel like they have a lot of damage on Tuesdays while drinking a beer kind of supports, which is like worse than even D4. Well, D4 we always talked about damage on Tuesdays, but these are like on steroids, right?
Yeah, very
A lot
conditional.
of the
Yeah.
support gems, and they make no sense. And it's like you warp your build around and then you get 30% more damage. It's like, okay, I don't know if I'm gonna do that. But I think so. So I'll give you an example. I'm currently using the Deep Tower unique helmet that makes it so enemies around me are considered on low life, and it basically enabled me to use Execute for 50% more damage.
Right.
So just from that small example, I don't think the supports are there yet, but what I think they should do is exactly something like that, where if they make those damage on Tuesdays thingies, they should give more support with uniques, which you could argue again,
Yeah.
not all uniques are out and blah, blah, blah. But I feel
Or
like there's not enough
ascendancies.
synergies right now. Yeah, there's not enough synergies. There's like these weird conditions, but there's no plan laid out for you to actually fulfill them other than being in an awkward situation or something. So I feel like that's the problem right now. I don't even think the problem is that they are situational. I think that it can be good, but yeah, right now they're off, and they're also too niche. There need to still be more supports. Like there need to
There
be
needs
way
to be
more.
more. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess the last problem that I'll raise is, can they even make damage multiplier supports and make the others viable? Like, I don't know. I'm always just looking for damage multipliers. Like, if my
Yeah.
main skill doesn't have 5 damage multipliers or one that just explodes my clear, I'm doing something wrong. So all these like conditionals and whatnot, like they just make no sense to me. Should they just remove all the damage? Or should they go POE1 route where they add more damage options and then it's like, do I take this 20% more with a downside or this 20? Like, where does it end? Because at the end of the day, it will all come back to damage multipliers. So I don't know.
So
I actually agree with that. I don't like the damage multipliers. Sorry, go
Maybe
on,
you just
Rex.
remove them.
no,
I
no,
don't know.
no. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So yeah, I feel like the damage multipliers, like their reasoning why they decided to add damage multipliers back, what they explicitly mentioned in one of the interviews, was because in the development pipeline they didn't want multipliers before you can only have one support gem on each specific thing, and then they deemed that since they started adding that limitation where you can have one support gem, then that's where damage multipliers could come back in. But I do feel like it's still at the point right now where there's so many of these gems that do end up being multipliers that you're just going to put all the multipliers on your main skill that you want to deal damage with. Like primal
Yep.
armaments is always going to go like into your 5 link 6 link or whatever. So it does become like a Path of Exile 1 scenario where you're just looking at multipliers and then tacking on some mechanics, but it just feels like some mechanics are just so absurdly broken in comparison to others. Like um, I read Lightning Spear before the league went live, and I'm like, yeah, that gem is turbo broken. Like you're splitting and then you're chaining. Like what is that? You look at Volt as well, and it's just like it's just insane, right? There's some skill gems that are just absurdly broken, and there's some support gems that are just absurdly broken. And then that's why you end up seeing everybody wearing the same items and doing the same things, because if something is just so absurdly broken and then you're stacking those absurdly broken multipliers together, then you end up with a build like Lightning Spear, right? And it's, of course, 70% of Amazons are going to play that because it's like, I know there's some people that like to like sort of like exhibit their individuality by playing different things, and I'm the same. I love that about POE1. It's like I'm able to create a build and it's like that's my build. Um and props to those dudes, but at the same time it kind of then also feels bad in 2025 when you do open a YouTube video or a stream and you see this guy who's like shitting on everything and you're struggling, right? So there's like a flip side to that where I just sort of wish like decisions weren't so clear cut and the clear cut thing wasn't so far ahead of everything else, so that I didn't feel quite as bad for exploring different
The
options. And
And the other
that's a
problem
balancing
with what
issue.
you just said with the more multipliers that is they said they want you to have several damaging skills, right? Like that's what they kind of want to do. They
Yeah.
want it to so you can actually like have 2 damage dealers, for example. How can you do that if you put your 5 best damage multipliers on the first skill? Now the second one has like, I don't know, nothing left. That's like
Yeah.
another problem. And I like the system with only being able to use a support gem once, don't get me wrong. But I'm saying maybe just remove literally all damage multipliers and just make everything more unique. And what they could do
Hmm.
is Torchlight actually has a system like that, is they could just make baseline, none of the support gems have a damage multiplier. And if they want to put damage multipliers on it, you can upgrade every support gem to have like a damage multiplier if that is necessary, right? Like 5, 10, 15, 20, I think
Right.
is the
I
steps in
see.
Torchlight. If they really want to. So detach the damage multipliers from the support gems and then have all the support gems be
Is it like an endgame
uniquely
progression
something else.
system?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I see.
For example.
Yeah, and so the aftermath of all of this is what feels bad for me with how things have currently been happening. So, for example, from the first patch to the second patch, they looked at a lot of the skills, they looked at a lot of the supports, and then we see this phenomenon where, okay, we're stacking 5 damage multipliers, and then they said, okay, well, I know how to solve that. We just nerf them all. The Tempest Bell, you do 20 million damage to Zest. Well, we'll just make the combo 10. Oh, Scatter shot. Scatter shot, you're getting the extra projectiles for free. Oh, we'll just nerf the living shit out of it here, and there we go. And we're going to reduce this number and that number and that number. And okay, now go play Path of Exile. But then there's it connects to the problem for me that Crouching Tuna alluded to earlier, where the items for me feel like such an insane part of the damage that I'm getting in POE2. So it's not the passive tree, it's always just what I'm getting. And now that you've nerfed everything, when I finally, before, one of the only dopamine hits that I had that's kind of outside of items, which were these jeweler's orbs, now when I get them, I'm just way less excited. Because before you nerfed everything, when I got a jeweler's orb, I felt like $1 million. I'm like, I'm about to get something absolutely insane. But now, when I already have my 3 link, my 4th link, it's like, well, there's only like 3 choices, and grinding your games just nerf the shit out of all of them. And I was literally sitting on a couple of skills this league, and I was like, I'm gonna have to actually do some math and see, does Scattershot even make my build better? Like, is this even something that I take anymore? And if nothing else, like if not even talking about like literal balance of the game, I think for a lot of players, it just makes it less fun. It's like, didn't get a good upgrade, and I literally have to do a math problem to even see if this even helps my build. And I think for the masses just don't like that.
Which is also an issue that Tuna touched on, but we didn't really go into it with progression, is that items are so high rolly. Like, items are so much stronger than everything else. And the problem is everything you just named, right? Passive tree, ascendancies are way weaker than in POE1. You have the support gems are way weaker. Those are all intrinsic. They don't cost you anything, basically, kind of deal. But everything that you find is so much stronger. And as Mark talked about, they wanted the gear to kind of be the baseline and then everything else be multipliers off of that baseline. But the problem is, like, as we know, baseline stats are like insane. If you don't have anything to multiply off of, then good luck. So that's another thing that also plays into early game, what you just described, right?
I'm almost convinced that like you give people alchemy orbs and the campaign will be solved for literally everyone. Like I'm convinced that you give people an avenue to just like upgrade a base to a rare, even if like only 2 of those modifiers are relevant to your build. It's so much better than what we have right now.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna literally accelerate people into endgame and have a lot more fun. Because people want to interact with items, man. They want to pick up an item, put an orb onto it, see what little loot box of like stats they unbox. Like, it's like that's, I don't know, man.
I mean,
You just
talking
lack
about
that like happiness in the campaign of like putting an orb and it's like, yo, it's sick.
Did you talk to anybody playing Smith of Kitava this patch and leveling with it?
Yeah. They're just like cruising, bro. 75
the
res,
funny
like.
part about the Alk is this: how much res do you have doing progression? I know I have like, I'm stuck on like 10 to 20 res at every point, right? And they're cruising
I got to maps
around
with
with like
0 res.
75. Yeah, 75 after the second lap. They have like 90 mech, maybe not 90 at that point. Let's say 80, 82 or something. And they're literally, they're immortal during the campaign. And all of a sudden, all this like pressure and friction goes away.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe
Exactly.
maybe alking would make that difference, or maybe spewing out more rares would make that difference. Yeah, could be.
100%. the issue again goes back to like there is a system for it, which is like disenchanting. But I'm gonna be 100% with you guys. Like on League Start, me going to town was literally a 15-minute experience, and between the crashes and loading NTXs and loading screens and stuff, it was really unenjoyable. So I was like really keeping that at an all-time minimum wherever possible. And GG really wants to make towns matter. That is like like town is the campaign for them. That's where most of the magic happens in regards to like your character progression and that kind of stuff. So like without the towns, you're cutting out like 60% of where progression is supposed to happen in the campaign. And for me, that makes the experience absolutely horrible. That makes it horrible.
Yeah, so I've leveled 4 SSF characters to hardcore SSF characters to 90 or higher. And going through the campaign, I get, let's say, 95% of my gear comes from only 3 sources. Either it comes from buying it from the vendors, gambling, or you dropped the rare on the ground. The rares don't drop like super commonly. It's not a common thing. It's like very, very rare that you're going to give me a base and I'm going to go explicitly try to go make it good. Like maybe if you're playing a ranger and you get like a dual string bow and you finally get the 2 arrows or something, maybe you're like, all right, this is an upgraded base. I'll take my chances here. But actually like crafting on the fly other than just throwing exalts on a really good rare that you're going to use for the whole the whole campaign, I never found it to be even like a choice. It's not even like a possibility. I don't have anything. So that would be my feedback to grinding your games is this is how I'm feeling, this is how I'm gearing. Do you want me to do most of it with just the random rares that I find and talking to these 2 vendors? Is that what the vision here is? And I doubt it.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like one thing they could also do is just remove the whole rune system with like having to add runes. Just give items runes. Like just
I kind of like runes. To
Then
play
you have the
devil's
whole
advocate.
crafting bit. Yeah, you can get attributes everywhere. You can get res if you want to. I don't understand the currency that adds them is completely worthless in endgame anyways. So I don't know why that point of friction is even there. You could get a little bit of resistances if they want to put it on the tree. You can fix your attributes. Like it wouldn't even solve everything. It would just be a nice convenience, right?
I see what you mean. Like I kind of like runes. Are you talking about maybe I misunderstand? I kind of like runes, but I've had the issue where I'm getting like 10-1 rune to artificer orb ratio, and then I can't go to town because I can't. Like it takes like forever to
Oh, I
load
mean
and.
Artificer's Orb, yeah. Like just
Oh
remove
right, yeah.
Artificer's Orb
And just have sockets just there by default. You
sockets on
mean?
items.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah.
It's not
I
really a
like
friction
yeah.
point in endgame anyways. It doesn't add
Exactly,
anything, I feel like.
exactly. It makes the campaign even more of a like I need to go to town to disenchant and that exacerbated the issue for me like times 3, and I complained about that so much to my chat. It's like, where's the artificer orbs? Why don't I have artificer orbs? I need to go to town to disenchant, and then you fill up your inventory with stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, and
That's a
also
massive
if you
pain point for
remember,
me, for sure.
yeah, and they were talking about like the problem in POE1, for example, where you find a foiling and now you can't replace your helmet anymore, right? And you're running around with that level 30 helmet until you're done with the campaign. The same thing can be true for runes, right? On certain item pieces where all of a sudden you get like a little bit of extra, but that shouldn't be the case. Like if that shouldn't be the case and they want runes to be the new crafting bench as they claimed, then just drop it with rune
With
sockets
sockets
and
on
just
there already,
yeah.
I I thought it was like maybe it's like my own stupidity, but I thought they've said this in multiple interviews. They say runes are the crafting bench. They just replace
Yeah.
them, and I don't know if I'm crazy, but I think the crafting bench is way stronger than runes. Like I don't think it's even close. And like I don't know why they keep saying that, because with my crafting bench, it's very simple. Whenever I get a new piece of gear for an extremely low cost, for a borderline 0 cost, I can add pretty much one stat at a low magnitude to any piece of gear that truly helps me. Like with the runes, and they did say this in one of their interviews. They said maybe the magnitude is wrong, maybe the magnitude is too low, and they did also add more variety. So I think the rune system is approaching the crafting bench step by step by step. But I already have to have the rune, and then you can't unsocket a rune, right? You can replace it, but you can't unsocket it. And sometimes, like when you're going through the campaign and you're not getting that many drops, if you really need fire res, but you spent the fire res on a hat that you had in Act 1 or something, and now that hat is gone, well, now also your rune is gone. It just seems to me way weaker and honestly more annoying to use than the crafting bench. And then they actually identified their own problem. They said, like, the problem with the crafting bench is it wasn't front facing. We put the crafting bench in your hideout and nobody knows to go back to your hideout. And I just lean back in my chair and that's one that I cannot rationalize in my mind. I'm like, all right, so you have the crafting bench and it works beautifully. It's just not in front of players. So your idea was to remove it and put in the rune system rather than just bring back the crafting bench and just put it in front of them. Just a tutorial. Here it is. Yeah, and just put it there. Like the other, instead we have multiple benches. Hey, go pick up all these items where you have to salvage and get these little pieces of sockets to get an artificer orb to socket to use the rune. You're telling me that that's more complicated than the crafting bench? Come on.
And
Just
they
to
could
add
even, like,
insult to
they could
injury.
even leave out the harder parts about the crafting bench with like meta mods or whatever. They could even leave that out, like
Yeah.
you just said. Yeah.
100%. And
That-
to add
yeah.
insult to injury, the benches as well, you don't unlock them by default, right? You have to do a quest. Like you could be a player that goes through the entire game and not even realize that you've missed the smith's tools.
That happened to me in my very first playthrough when POE2 came out. I didn't know anything about the game, and I'd never played it before. First time I booted up on the beach, first time I played. And I was in Act 3, and I was just like, I was like looking around, and I was like, you know, what are these little sockets here? They do, I guess. I asked Chad, I was like, do you disenchant everything or do you vendor everything? And they're like, yeah, I'm salvaging it for the artificer shards. I'm like, where do you do that? And they go, they say at the bench. What bench? Oh, you don't have it. It's back in Act 1. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. It's a weird system for sure. The thing I dislike the most about the campaign is the whole like, let's make everything revolve around the benches. Because I think like it would just be so much more fun to drop the thing on the floor and then apply it to your items. Just so much more of a cool system.
Another thing, while we're on the topic, before we move away from it, I think like the Smith's tools or whatever in Act 1, so you get that bench. I think it should be a required quest. Like you have to get the tools. You have to get the tools to open the gate to go fight the fire twisty boy with the ads, whatever his name is. I don't know what anybody's name is.
100%. It's so integral to how you play the game. Like you genuinely can't play the campaign. Like you can, but you're gonna struggle. Like it's so integral to how you play the game. The disenchanting bench, 100%. Yeah, it's definitely. I feel like it's interesting to hear that you guys are having many of the same issues that I was having as well, which kind of feels like as well. Then I'm sure that resonates with our viewers too. But yeah, I have a lot of hope in GGG and listening to the community and stuff like that, which they have been doing and they've been doing a great job. So
I'm like maybe this is just copium or whatever. I'm like 97% sure that when the game actually releases, it's going to feel good. It's going to have a good level of polish. I think that the community and everybody putting forth effort, I think it's really helping Grinding Gear Games adjust some of their vision with, what actually feels good to play. I'm not worried about it at all. Like zero.
I'm not just worried about POE2 itself. I'm also not worried about like having stuff to play right now. Like there's so many good things that I can honestly, if there was no patch for POE2 in the next half year and then they come back, I would be fine. Like it feels like we're in a good equilibrium. But the only thing that I was kind of mad about was the POE1 with the delay and everything. Like as long as I have POE1 there to kind of like ground me, and then other small ARPGs, right? Like or ARPGs in general, I'll personally be fine. I feel like POE2 is still so far away, like 20, 25 games aside, so far away that I don't really see it as a roster thing yet. So I don't really worry about it that much. I obviously give my feedback and stuff, but I feel like talking about it is all good and well, but we're gonna look back to this and it's just like, I don't know, doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
I
so much
feel
better.
that. Well, I mean, I think
Right.
it does matter because if this at all
Yeah,
like
feedback.
it resonates with the people that we're talking to, like our chats or whatever, people that are watching this on YouTube and Twitch and all
100%.
that kind of stuff, and they think about it and they start engaging with the thoughts of like sort of like breaking down what bothers them, and then they articulate that to the devs, make Reddit posts. Like all of this matters, in my opinion. I think
Yeah,
as much as it may seem that we're just a bunch of complaining Andes, like it comes from a place of passion first of all, and second, we just want nothing but good from this game because of course we are going to benefit financially being streamers and that kind of stuff, but the reason why we got into streaming and that sort of stuff is because we love this game in the first place, right? So yeah, but I mean, like at least like for myself. But in regards to what you said, Paul, like I unfortunately do not feel that way with Path of Exile 2. I'm already done because for me the end game is just not it, and I'm looking forward to going back to Path of Exile 1. And I think a lot of the reason why there is so much negativity surrounding Path of Exile 2 is because for a lot of Path of Exile 1 players, it feels like they sort of like rug pulled our game and gave us this instead, and they're like,
I
wait, why are you
no,
not enjoying
I
this?
totally get
Like
that.
this is you're supposed to be enjoying this, like, and it's like, bro, we haven't got a patch in like 9 months, bro. Like we want to play the game that we fell in love with, and as much as
I
we
100%.
support POE2 and we want to see it be good, it's like, but then it's at the cost of like my routine, what I
Yeah.
enjoy, my favorite game, and all that sort of stuff, right? So
No, I get what you mean, and that's definitely true. I didn't mean like that. I don't mind POE2 taking away from POE1, right? What I meant basically is that I sometimes play D4 and I have fun for a few days, right? And it's like
yeah,
I
yeah,
I
of
have like
course,
my 10 out of 10 experience, which is POE1, but then I can also play 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10 experiences, and I have just as much fun because
100%.
it's a new patch or whatever. And that's what I mean with POE2. POE2 doesn't have to be like even an 8 or 9 out of 10 right now for me, right? As long as you said, as it doesn't take away from POE1. Yeah.
But the unfortunate reality is that it does, right? So then we have to
Yes.
judge it for what it is, which is like the thief of POE1. Like, you know what I mean? It's stolen our baby. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. That's how it feels like, you know? Yeah. Come on, what are you thinking, bro? Why are you laughing at me?
Well, there's gonna be a lot of people that I think don't understand that take. I get it, but there's gonna be a lot of people that just play POE2, right? There's a lot of people that are just
Of
new to the
course.
franchise that don't play POE1, and like the incessant POE1 fanboy
Yeah,
perspective,
we
they're
get it
gonna
all
be
the
like,
time.
"What is wrong
Yeah.
with this guy?"
Yeah, they're like, why are you complaining? Why are you playing the old one game with shit graphics? Like, what's wrong with you? And we get that a
But
lot,
yeah, it
actually,
makes
man.
sense. Like there's
I
people who haven't
Yeah,
gone through the days when they said it's gonna be one game, right? And then they're like, it won't take away from POE1, and we're gonna keep supporting POE1 and all of that stuff, right? Like so obviously, we
I
got
mean,
some baggage there, right? So I try to detach myself from that, but I know what sure.
I
I
I
mean,
think
to sort of prove a point here is like, it's the same thing that happened with D2 and D3 now. So if anybody went through that, then that's kind of it feels like what has happened with
if I
POE1 and 2.
if I could speak to grinding gear games, or if I could speak to it, it's always it's the same issue repeated endlessly, and I I know the answer, but it's also not the answer. The reason why this happens is because of money, but it also costs you money to keep making this mistake. It's always the same problem. These gaming companies have got to stop releasing things when they aren't ready. So, for example, like it feels like even this patch, a lot of people are having conversations of, like, first of all, there's a lot of rumors going around which are just not, they're actually just wrong. I know they're wrong for sure. For example, Path of Exile, Grinding Your Games knew last Epoch's release date way ahead of time. Not when you heard it on the internet. They know it way earlier than that. I'm telling you, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not an opinion. I'm informing you that if you hold a different opinion, you're wrong. And then
100%.
they launch it right after, but that's not even the thing. It's like I think what I'm guessing that they felt like they had to get something out to like remain competitive or remain relevant. They delayed the POE1 patch. You've got to get something. But it felt like the patch was just not ready because it's emergency hotfix. You know, we're on patch E or whatever in the last week. Then they have to rush to fix it. But again, the damage has been done. How many people logged in and are already done with this patch? Like, I haven't played the new campaign yet because by the time they released it, I had already beat the campaign on 2 of my characters, and I didn't want to go back and do it just for the sake of seeing how much nicer the wolves were to me. And the thing that I would caution is release a patch for POE2 when it's ready. Release it when you have it nice and polished in the state that you want it, rather than get it out by this date and try to be relevant. I'm literally begging Grinding Your Games. If Path of Exile 2 is not ready in 2025, don't try to meet the Christmas deadline. Who gives a shit about that? Oh, but we make money if we release it then. Yeah, but you lose money because you only have one chance to make a first impression. Please, for the love of God, work on the game and
100%.
deliver us the patch that we want to see.
100%. 100%. But this is the
To add to
problem.
that-
Like, this is how GDG does their patches and has always
It's
done their
true.
patches.
Well,
Every
not
sorry?
always. Not always.
Almost always.
They gave us
I would
one
say-
day Palstrom this time around. Like, we got patch notes one day without any numbers.
Oh,
Which
yeah,
is the
yeah,
next
sure.
topic that I wanted to
No,
bring up
that's
as
not
well.
what I mean. That's not what I
Right.
mean. There's like there's like a leak comes out, and week 1 everybody's like, they never played this ever. Like, I can't see anybody has ever played tested this, and then it gets fixed like in the first month or something like that. And then at some point you have a good leak. That has been, I would say, 80% of POE1 leaks, right? It's like, so they have always done that. So yeah, if they can they can do it differently with POE2, that would be really good. Because if you haven't been around for a while, you're not used to that stuff. That is how they do their patches usually. Like QL later and whatnot, that has always been the thing. So yeah, I really hope they turn around.
100%. For me, as a content creator, this 0.2 patch, because of how it was rushed and how they fed us information, I have to say it was very difficult to kind of like formulate an opinion as to what I wanted to play and also build hype for both myself and my community. But it also doesn't really help, in my opinion, like sort of like build up to the the peak, which is usually like the league launch, right, which we usually have had in the past. Like so I think, I don't know, I wanted to get your opinion on how you felt like only having one day before the patch went live to decide what you were doing and to see the things has gone. And I also want to know your opinion on whether you feel like that is also the reason why some of the things were able to slip through into the game that we would have actually maybe have pointed out in the patch as being like, no, that's not right, like that shouldn't go live, right? And then, because historically they have actually done that, where they have amended things before the game has gone live. For example, even like broken shit, like for example, the ritual thing, I don't think would have ever gone live if they gave us patch notes ahead of time. So yeah, what do you guys thoughts on that?
I would say the first part about when do we get the patch notes, that hurts a few demographics. It hurts the blasters, it hurts the guide writers, it hurts like the Omega analytical like theory crafters. And I think the percentage of those players is very, very low. I would prefer the patch notes much earlier. And you guys working on Maxwell with your YouTubes, it certainly makes life a lot easier if we get it earlier. But I think in the grand scheme of things, it's really not, if I'm being honest, it's not that big of a deal. But the second thing you said, I think is a huge deal. When they are like rushing to get the patch notes out, when they're making a bunch of last minute changes, this is where all the problems come out, right? This is where we don't get the polished experience that I'm pretty sure grinding gear games can deliver. This is where you lose the morale and the favor of probably you lose more of it from the more casual player base than like the blasters, but even the blasters seem to be, they weren't super fond of the patch when it initially released. I think that it would help grinding gear games a lot to say, in 0.3, we're delivering on these 5 things about POE2, and we're making it significantly better. We want to have our internal changes done by this date. We're going to QA it. We're going to have the patch notes a couple days before. And this is what we're delivering, and we're going to try to do it rather than, trying to rally everything in the last minute and hope that that goes well, because it usually doesn't for any gaming company in any game that I've seen.
Yeah,
Personally, I think
that's fair.
I think patch notes kind of like generate hype as well, though, because after the patch notes come out, not just content creators, but just like in general, everybody's talking about it for days.
Yeah,
And it just, for
it's
me
so
personally,
exciting.
that week leading
true.
up to
It's Christmas
the week
week.
leading up to the release is almost more magical than like the release itself. It's like nobody
Yep.
knows what's going on, and everything is kind of in our heads, right? And people are prepping these ideas that they know are going to fall flat or maybe not. And it's not just about, I don't think it's just about content creators. It's about the whole ecosystem that generates that hype. And it felt kind of empty before because they still made that stream, right? Like 8 days before. But then we had those 7 days between where we're just all kind of wondering.
We just
we're
don't
kind of
know
like,
anything.
okay, should I think about POE2 now? Or because I don't know what's going on? Should I analyze the frames in the video? Like, so I still feel like it is definitely good for everybody if they
Yeah,
release it a little bit earlier.
I feel like in this case, it's sort of like infectious, right? Like content creators are excited about stuff, and that shows in the content that they make, and then that's consumed by people who otherwise aren't theory crafters, blasters. So as much as I agree with what you said, Rex, I do think it also affects the greater demographic too, because of the fact that like in a way we are sort of like the ones that are leading the charge in regards to like meta as well as builds and that sort of stuff. The flip side to that is that the argument would be that the patch is solved by the time it comes out. But if you're new to Path of Exile, that might be
Never
something that you
happens.
think about. That never happens,
Never.
not even once. The build is
Never.
never decided before the patch launches. Matter of fact, actually, this time in 0.2, the build was decided before the patch went. Like I drew a lightning spear in paint before the game came out because it's just like you look at the skill gem, it's broken, right? They showed us it in like one of the Ziggy videos, and it's like, yeah, that's broken. So like the this time, like POE2 is solved way more than Path of Exile 1 because of the lack of variables, but like also, so that's not really an argument in this situation is all I was trying to say, which I'm just like rambling at this point. But I do feel like patch notes 1 week ahead is like a ritual that the Path of Exile community has always had, and it's very fun and very cool to engage with, and it creates engagement on Twitch, on YouTube, as well as in Discords amongst communities, friends. Everyone's talking about it, and then the game launches, and yeah, and things usually go one way or another. They go well or they don't go well for depending on what build you theory crafted or whatever, or the things that you discover. But the reason why there can always be intrigue and excitement in Path of Exile is because they add new items and uniques, and those cannot be data mined. They add new content and all of these things that then shapes the way that you have to play the game. And so it doesn't matter if you start at a certain build, you then it clicks with you like, oh, but I can't play this build. I need to play something else that does this well because that's the content that they released this league. And those are the things that you can never plan for because of the fact that PoE just has these many variables and stuff like that. So yeah, the game will never be solved on day one
Yeah.
with patch notes. So yeah, just taking that argument and throwing it out the window here just dispelling it because yeah.
I think I totally agree with that. And the other thing is, I always say this, but you can always glean how good a patch is by looking how often certain content creators put the best build in their first update videos, right? It's like the first week is basically new best build, new best build, new best build. It's like none of these are figured out, right? Like there is too many
Right.
variables to kind of there's just too many variables. You cannot figure it out. So I guess it would be an issue if there was a PTR before, but everything just being done in your head a week before just generates a weird amount of hype, right?
So
100%.
So your guys' point about patch notes and this trickle down effect through all the different ecosystems, I completely agree with you on that. I feel it as well. It's palpable. Everyone's so excited. That makes me much happier to be a content creator. The only thing I'll add to that point that I think a lot of people either don't understand or they can't imagine this is that entire ecosystem, us, the people that visit Maxroll, the people on Reddit, the people in the Discord, the people on YouTube, that is such a small slice of the pie. It really is.
fair enough.
Like there are so many more players that just they hear that a new update came out and then they just play it. So it's an amazing ripple effect. It's an amazing benefit to not only us, but our entire ecosystem, absolutely. But a lot of people think that the world revolves around us and the people on the internet when there's a much larger slice of the pie that has nothing to do with any of it. And the point I was trying to make is that demographic does not care when the patch notes come out. They don't even read them. They just log in.
But at the same time, does it hurt those people if the patch notes come out? Like they don't care either way, but as you would describe it, right? So
it doesn't hurt them in any way. No, the only way it hurts them is well, if it comes out. Here's the thing for me: if Grinding Gear Games releases the patch notes early, I think it's an amazing sign. You wanna know why? It shows confidence, right? To me, it shows that the patch is ready. When it comes out the day before, when Mark says, I'm literally working all day tirelessly, we're going to try to get the patch notes out tomorrow. I 1,000% appreciate the effort. I know they're putting their blood, sweat, and tears in it, but it does not inspire confidence to me in what's about to be released the following day. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. I actually sort of no, I might be completely oblivious or like wrong about this, but I sort of disagree because of like analyzing trends on ladders and stuff like that, and I think that has like it sort of like looks at the like it's still a sort of like a niche, like the ladders and stuff, but like you look at POE Ninja and 70% of Amazons are playing LS, right? So that I feel like to some extent you are right, but in Path of Exile, trends do have much more of a sort of like jump on type of effect in comparison to maybe other games because of the fact that the difference between the top and the bottom is so drastic. It'll make people seek the top, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. And there's also probably other factors that are playing into here that might impact how the demographics shake out. For example, one, it's an early access. Some people just, especially more casuals, they just won't even play in early access because they don't want to like beta test a game. And another thing is right now it's paid. It will be free. Mm-hmm. And when it's free, all the POE Giga Chads, how many of them said, I'll wait a year. I'll wait for it to be free. Literally none of them. They all bought it. Yeah. So like all the Giga Chads are here. They don't give a shit that it's early access. It's a little bit skewed. But yes, I agree with you. How does the slice of the pie look in Path of Exile? How many like blasters that research things versus Diablo? It's way more casual over there, obviously, no matter what.
Okay. It's a good point. If there is, I mean, that pretty much sums up everything I wanted to talk with you guys about. And I think like I really enjoyed this podcast and talking to you guys. So I appreciate you taking the time. But I don't know if there's any other topic. Literally, I did have one more question here, but maybe I didn't want to go too much into depth. So maybe it's just like a quick, if there was one thing that you could change right now, what would it be?
Put it in the auction house.
based.
Make
It-
ascendancies stronger.
Yeah.
Make ascendancies stronger, more distinctive, and give them more of a power curve and power boosts, and make them feel more unique.
So real quick on something that Palstron said about ascendancies. So Path of Exile is really liking POE2 more. They're really liking this. They call it a kiss curse mechanic, where you gain 50% damage, but you lose 20% attack speed. I really don't feel like ascendancies are the place for that. Or if you do it, I think it should be massively in the player's favor. And the reason why is ascendancies are a little bit different from anything else. When you're gaining your regular passive points, you're just playing, right? No matter what you're doing, you're just gaining some XP. Okay, you get another point, you're moving around your tree. An ascendancy is you set up your little relics and you went and go and beat the trial of the Sekimas. Like you went and you did something and then you ascend. And then to have somebody sit there and look at their choices and not having it glaringly obvious that the next thing you're going to pick is going to be a big impact to you and your gameplay is such a bad feeling. I think that's one of the things that they should really, really completely change their attitudes on. I think the ascendancies should be buffed significantly.
Fair enough. I think there is this place for like these curse mechanics if the curse is also an upside, if you look at it from a different angle, if that makes sense. Which kind of like I feel like Infernalists
right?
sort of had that, right? I think
Keystones?
yeah, maybe. This is we could talk about this for hours amongst ourselves. That's true. So for me, I I'm much more of a simpler man. I want the noobs to have fun. Just give people alchemy orbs in the campaign, bro. That's what I want. You know, if you solve people's pain points, like where like you kill a monster and it drops loot, and that's how you like progress, that will solve the game for so many people. It will solve the game for so many. It will make what is already the best part about Path of Exile, the campaign, even better. Just kill the monster, drop the loot, cut out the middleman, this bench stuff. None of that, bro. Just give us shards that turn into orbs. Like you solved this issue 10 years ago. Why not solve it again, bro? You know? That's my main thing right there. So yo, thanks so much for joining me, guys. Like you guys are the best guests. I appreciate you a lot. We had some really good discussion, and thank you to chat as well. It's everybody watching on YouTube. Hope you guys enjoyed the podcast. And don't know when we'll have another one of these, so I'm not really gonna promise anything. But yo, thank you everybody, and I hope to see you guys again next time.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Rex, and thank you, Palstron. You guys are the best. Appreciate it.
You guys,
the recording there.
You guys are the best. I suck.
Nah, you're a beast. And sorry for if I had to like interrupt you out of whatever you're doing, bro. Like, at the start of the podcast. I appreciate it, man.
No, it's my fault. I was 10 minutes late. That's completely unacceptable, and I have no idea how my webcam's virtual camera is displaying my monitor. I can't even wrap my head around what's going on there. So I apologize for that.
It's the age, Rex. It's the age. It's coming. It's coming. For all of us.
I'm just a old piece. I'm ordering a pill calendar and a new shuffleboard for my birthday.
You want to play bingo tomorrow?
Wait, bingo? In RuneScape, you'll log in.
I've never played RuneScape before. Dude, I'm already playing Last Epoch.
OSRS is the best, like the best MMO ever made. Even though it's like some pixel shit, bro, it's like so good. I'm like actually just like #ad for free at this point. But I wanted to add, Rex, that like you add like a more like umbrella type of sort of like analysis on the situation, which is like really good to sort of like ground us a bit more. So don't be so self-critical about it, because I feel like both Palstron and I are just so drowning in the Path of Exile. You know, like we're just in this like for years, and we're way too invested and passionate about it. So it's nice to get that sort of more grounded perspective on things. So yeah, don't be too self-critical.
Yeah, it's like
your perspective is really appreciated.
Go ahead, Palstron.
I said this already in the interview with you, Rex, but I already said this. I really enjoy people like you and DM and like just in general everybody from all ARPGs coming over and giving so many fresh like perspectives. I've had a lot of like just introspective in the last half year or so.
100%.
Ever since critiquing POE2 and everything, and I've changed my mind on a lot of things because I heard some of you guys talk about your opinions. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, you guys are doing God's work, right? You guys are building the godly builds in the most difficult game. That's where the real challenge lies. But I was in the same perspective as you guys, where I was just blasting Diablo all the time, and again, like I don't really like bring this up very much because no one wants to hear it and no one would really understand it. But actually, like Endgame Diablo 3 pushing Greaterifs is way harder than people would think it is. It's like, okay, I'll give you a full build. I'll even tell you what to do. I'll tell you exactly what to do. You will not be able to do it. That's a guarantee.
I fucking love that shit, Rax.
Yeah,
I miss it.
It's hard. It's really
It was
way
so
harder.
hard.
It's way harder than people would think it is, and that's what was fun about it. But
100%.
yeah, when like I still really like Blizzard. I still will help them with anything. I still hope that Diablo flourishes. I think honestly, the little kids and all of us who grew up on Diablo would still like that. But about 2 years ago, like Diablo is just not doing well, and I just couldn't. Diablo 4 has nothing competitive in it like Diablo 3 did. So I was like, well, I got two choices. I either just stop streaming, or I got to go to POE. I got to go to Last Epoch. I got to go try these. And I found out that I really love them, and it again, like you guys said, it gave me a whole new, fresh perspective. And I literally have just been like, at the beginning, I had no other choice. I was just copying your builds point blank and saying, guys, I didn't even make this build. You got to go follow Tuna or Palsteron. And it gave me a fresh perspective. And now that I spend like a lot of times playing all the different games, now I feel like I understand a little bit better like what's going on behind the scenes and what works and what doesn't. And so I don't really care about the details anymore. I care way more about what's going on at the highest level, because if you aren't doing it right there, the details will never follow anyway.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Are you guys
go back to D3, by the way, recently?
I'm kind of torn. I haven't, but just because like I don't think you guys have any idea how much I played D3. Like it's
I do.
It's
crazy.
It's not good. Like that's not a thing
Yeah.
people should do. But I probably will go back. I'll probably go back and kick everybody's ass one last time. Like one of
You
these
must have seen the
times.
Max Pro boys do that this league, actually. This
Yeah.
last launch, you got like Alex and them fucking pumping everyone on the ladder.
Yeah,
It's pretty funny.
If they actually removed the cheat, everyone at the top cheats, and I think the Maxwell boys like won anyway. But if they remove the cheaters, like the gap there it's outrageous. It's a big gap there. But yeah, no, haven't been back to D3. But are you guys playing Last Epoch or No Rest for the Wicked at all?
Oh yeah,
Last Epoch.
bro. I think No Rest for the Wicked is fucking sick. The only thing I was super disappointed about that game is that like I played it and I got to like the whole tower thing super quick, and I was like, wait, what the? That's it. I was like actually so upset by that. I'm looking forward to that game, and I'm playing the shit out of Last Epoch.
If you know what I mean.
I couldn't. What did you say, Palstron?
No rest for the weekend.
Oh, yeah. The game wasn't.
You're bad, pal.
The game wasn't like that big, but they've doubled the size of it, and now they have an entirely new endgame system. So.
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Last Epoch is looking fucking huge. I'm going over to that game tomorrow, I think, because I just want to get into some Last Epoch again. I haven't played it forever since they introduced the big boss, the new one.
Yeah, Aberoth. Yeah,
it's been like almost a year at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be real good. I don't know any secrets. Like I guess it doesn't matter. The NDA is lifted. I don't know jack shit, but I do know a lot of people have played it, and they say that it's really, really good, like really polished.
Oh shit!
So
I'm looking forward to it, man.
This is a bad way to approach it, but I think it's actually gonna be really good.
Hell yeah! Log in. That's all I need. Something to tie me over until May.
And then May we have
That's
Yeah,
good.
we have POE1 at the end of May, but I think in May also we have Elden Ring.
Oh
Ooh.
shit, Night Rain.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
nice. That looks kind of fun. Yo, what if we actually like got some of the fucking ARPG guys to do some runs?
dude,
An actual multiplayer.
dude, I live and breathe for Elden Ring. Elden Ring is like
Okay.
it's like top 5 for me all time. I like it better
I love
than
that game.
POE or Diablo. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, fair
uh,
enough. I
Eld-
don't like anything more than PoE personally. I think it's the best game ever made, bro. Like I'm so biased.
I,
But I love
I
Elden Ring.
I love POE1. I love it. It's a great game. POE2 will get there, but I think Elden Ring is just on another level. That game was something.
Mm. I had that for Dark Souls 3 more than Elden Ring. What do you think about what do you think about Dark Souls 3 versus Elden Ring?
Elden Ring's the only Souls game I've ever played. Never played any of the Dark Souls. Never played
Oh,
Bloodborne. Never played Sekiro.
you need to play
None of
Dark
them.
Souls 3.
Dark
You
Souls
have
3.
to.
Okay.
It's a magic experience, bro. It's like Elden Ring, but so much more curated. Like the developers take you to places when you need to be there, and so like there's no like you can still over level and that kind of stuff. But that's what I really loved. It's like the Metroid style levels with like the very curated linear experience. And From Software is they're just like a gift to this planet when it comes to fantasy, dark fantasy like RPGs. Like it's yeah, I agree. When it comes to single player games, I almost class them in a different category to live services. So for me, Path of Exile is like the top, but Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring probably like very close, very close.
Yeah, From
I'm
Software
just waiting for
doesn't.
the next Witcher. I'm waiting for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
next Witcher.
Witcher 4. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I'm so
Witcher was a
missing the
masterpiece
like.
too.
I'm missing these epic open world RPGs where it's not about like online grinding. It's just about like storyline, just like losing yourself. I mean, obviously you have Baldur's Gate 3, but I actually mean like action, right?
Yeah.
And like
Not 1 hour to do every turn.
Yeah. I'm not a
yeah,
fan of story-based games for that reason, and why I like Souls games just because like yeah, there's an NPC that you could talk there, but you could just you could just ignore it and it never makes any difference. You just go and like I don't know. That's why I really like. I just really like not being force shoved the lore for hours. I just get bored of that. I guess I'm too combat pilled or
All right.
ARPG pilled, suppose.
All right, boys. So I guess I'll see you in Last Epoch, No Rest of the Wicked, and maybe we team up for Night Rain one of these days after we get acclimated to it.
Oh yeah, man.
we'll see about
Pu-
that one,
Sounds
but
good.
yeah. Last
No, I'm
Epoch for
logging
sure.
in, bro.
Yeah.
I'm logging
Last
in.
Epoch. No,
Alright.
dude, I would play that off stream immediately. I don't wanna embarrass myself.
Oh,
Holy
he's
shit.
a very nah, man.
Embarrass
Everybody
yourself.
sucks sometimes.
Come on, dude. Who fucking
That's
cares?
content. That's actual content right there.
When Palstron gets a little older, he'll realize that we all suck at everything. Who cares?
Yeah,
I
for real.
I hope
Thanks, man.
I plan on being a god at Night Rain. So we're gonna fucking own. We're not gonna lose.
Yeah, for sure.
We're gonna win.
Right?
I think it's gonna be
Let's
a
hope.
bit more like more lenient towards the player base. But I mean, like, hopefully it gets really fucking hard too. We'll see. That game looks good though.
We'll
But yeah,
take down
boys, have a
whatever
good
they
night.
make. Good night, guys. Thank you.
I'm gonna hop off and
All right.
not cage you guys here. Thanks a lot.
Good night,
Have a
guys.
good night, boys.
Good night,
See
guys.
you around.
Bye.
Peace.
Okay, so I think we're still live on YouTube, which was a mistake, but that's okay. I should have just stayed live on Twitch as well. That would have been funny. So let's see if I stop this and I click here and I click here. I think this is wrong actually. No, that's right. Okay. And then if I go like this, and if I go like this, and then what happens if I click this? And then if I go here, 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 are we back on Twitch? no love for the YouTube peeps. I mean, I just left the stream on for you guys accidentally. No. We're gonna still go. Now we do the real stream. What did you guys think of the chat with Palsteron and Crouching Tuna? Twitch is up, okay. Yep. We're going to blast last Epoch now. I think Sarah said that she ordered me a salad. I like salad. So I'll be right back 1 second. It'll take me 2 seconds to eat it. Like 3 forkfuls of lettuce and we're done. Be right back 1 second. Okay. I ate my chicken salad with my low-fat vinaigrette. That's what I get. All right. That's what I get. I think it'll be uploaded on the Max Roll YouTube. Oh. Oh. I'm doing well, guys. How are you? Do I like Mediterranean food? I'm not sure that I even know what that means. When I think about like Mediterranean food, maybe this is the wrong way to think about it. I think about like Greek food. Like how they pronounce gyros and salads and veggies. Like that's what I think of when I hear that. That's what I think of when I hear that. I'm still eating extremely low calories every day. I'm drinking water, for example. My weight is going down, but it's not going down like in extremely fast because I've already lost 19 pounds. So the easy pounds are gone. I have to consistently eat extremely low calories to continue to lose weight. There was an interview, another GGG interview. Yeah, people told me that unfortunately our podcast was at the same time. Were there any major takeaways from it? Was Jonathan feeling better? We could listen to it while we play Last Epoch. Yeah, I'm down 19. It wasn't the POE tryhard, so it was fine. Let's make a new character here. There wasn't anything groundbreaking in the interview. Do I like that they're dropping a new PoE patch? Next week on top of Last Epoch? I think that is completely fine and different than doing a season launch. Of course, Grinding Gear Games is going to be patching their season a lot. I don't mind them doing that at all. Do you guys mind? Like, I don't care. I don't think that's a problem. Let me close out of this. We can listen. Do you guys want to listen to it? What was it on Carnage? You guys want to listen to that interview as we play? Oh, he doesn't enable his rebroadcasts. Oh. Oh, he streams on YouTube. Oh. Okay.
Hey everyone.
All I see him is playing a video game. Gotta watch in JP's channel. Who is JP? Literally just JP. JP. JP Blink. Oh, okay, we have it here. Thank you. Oh, it's 3 people and Jonathan Rogers, huh? Okay.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Drop Frames. We are now joined by Mr. Rogers. First name Jonathan. Has anyone ever called you Mr. Rogers, by the way, Jonathan?
Not not really, to be honest. It's not something
How
I've
is
seen
that?
Are
How
we
is
on
the
a first
volume,
name
guys?
basis then? Is that what you're saying? Or should
How's the
I not?
volume
I
there?
would say so.
Okay.
I mean, I'd kind of love to keep calling him Mr. Rogers.
I think for the entirety of the
No.
show,
It's too low.
Mr. Rogers is his name. You know, we treat
How
our
is
guests
that?
with dignity, and that Mr. Rogers, welcome to the show.
How is that?
Thanks for being here. It's what, 6:30 for you right now?
Yeah, it's pretty early in the morning. As we go through, you'll probably see the sun slowly rise up in the background there.
Oh,
But yeah,
we can have
no,
a sunrise together. This is great.
Would you say that it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, Mr.
Oh,
Rogers?
yet to be seen. I
JP,
think,
we
but,
want repeat guests. We want
That's
guests to come back, and when you do stuff like that, they don't want to come back.
Everyone likes Mr. Rogers. Everyone's a fan. They get him all the way down in New Zealand, you know?
I noticed you're doing an unintentional New Zealand segment right now, because I believe the last game you were just talking about is also a New Zealand developed game. So
Oh, really?
you know, you've got yeah.
The podcast
I
is
believe
over.
that's maybe a
Ours
pop-up, the
is
game you were
over.
just showing, who's
Yes.
there in Wellington. So
Heck yeah, man.
you've got your thematic segment going on here. after all.
Fantastic. Yeah, it was all planned from the start. Me and Zach
From the
knew that.
start.
Yeah.
Ignore those. Oh, really? As we just said, that was all part of the
Look,
all
we'll
part
edit-
of the show.
We're gonna edit them out in post. We're fine.
I don't know if you know them personally, but they were in my chat. One of the devs was in
Okay.
my chat while I was playing the game, and they were delightful.
Oh wow. Fantastic.
I do know. Mario.
All right,
is
you
kind
guys
of the
ready?
game
Let's
studio
try
that
another
I'm
speed run here.
so.
You know Mario
Nice.
from the Mr. Mario from
Jesus.
Nintendo?
Cut it. Stop.
I thought he was
Why
he was
did
Italian. He's from New
Well,
Zealand.
there's only one guide. There's only one leveling
Jonathan,
guide
you're
per
so
class now.
It's okay.
One guide per class. All right, here we go. We're going on. One of the.
right.
So anyway, you made it. You work on a game or something? Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, Jonathan, you're the co-founder, game director on Path of Exile 2. Give me like the quick and dirty of how you came to be at GGG, Grinding Gear Games, and how you are in your current role. If there is a quick and
Yeah.
dirty of that.
Yeah. So effectively, well, you know, as you said, I'm one of the founders of the company. I was a founder right out of university. I was friends with my best friend at the time, you know, and still the case, Chris Wilson. He, you know, we just were like, we absolutely want to make a game. We knew we wanted to make what we definitely referred to as a sequel to Diablo 2. You know, we were just like, no one's making this. We need to do it. So yeah, we just formed a game company to do it. That's really the long and the short of it, to be honest.
Fantastic. So been there. How many years is that then at the company?
Oh, I mean, it was 2006, so I suppose 19 years.
Don't do the
it'll be
math.
coming
Oh,
up. Yeah. It's,
And now we're all old.
yeah. Actually, I realized recently that our company is more than half the age of the internet, which was kind of like a terrifying realization I had the other day.
I thought Mr. Rogers is supposed to bring like happiness and joy and a feeling of goodness to.
And the chat goes aware.
Oh man. Okay.
I mean, honestly, an even more terrifying thing the other day is I was talking to someone. Sorry, I'm not going to have this digression right now. The other day,
Get it all out! Get it all out!
Yeah, I was talking to someone in the studio and I made a reference to Jurassic Park and someone didn't understand it. And I was like, how the hell do you not understand a Jurassic Park reference? Like, what's going on?
Oh, no. You'll probably get a kick out of this, Jonathan. In so many games, including the most recent one, KCD 2, on the like savior schnapps, there's an icon of a floppy disk to represent saving.
Yeah.
The amount of people that have no idea what that reference is for, just zero.
Yeah.
Anytime they see the save icon, they're just like, that's just some weird icon game devs use for saving. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, okay. Awful. Awful. Right.
Jonathan, what games did you grow up on? I guess is where we'll start. Like, and specifically, what games outside of ARPGs? Because obviously you had a strong influence from ARPGs, right?
Just a little.
Just a smidgen.
I mean, it's honestly a variety. Like, people have often asked me, like, what are my favorite games of all time? And it's like a really hard question. I'm trying to think, like, the really standout ones might be like StarCraft and Warcraft, but also like Half-Life, like absolutely. You know, Quake, definitely. Final Fantasy 7 and through 9, like these were games that I loved growing up, but also like Spyro and Crash Bandicoot and this kind of thing as well.
Dude, I love
it's
all
kind
of
like
those
a
games.
variety of different kind of things that when I was growing up. I mean, you know, yeah, a lot of shooters as well, like just first-person shooters. Like I played a lot of those. I mentioned Half-Life specifically because it's like the real standout, of course. But you know, like yeah, I honestly I wish there were more single-player shooters. Is a serious thing in this day and age, because like that's something that it's a genre I honestly miss. Yeah. But yeah, like that. Just all kinds of things really.
So I just heard GGG is going to make a single player shooter. Is that correct?
That's what I heard. So honestly, that is probably not even
you
play
as Sin,
wheelhouse as far as skills are concerned.
And just blast everyone. It's going to be fantastic. Coming soon. Well, that's
Path
fantastic.
of immersive shooting.
Yeah. That's fantastic. You've had, let's say, a busy first week after the POE2 launch. This is, I guess, the start of your Monday, right? The start of week 2 of the new patch. I hope you got some rest over the weekend. First off,
I feel like we should just start with. So how we feeling?
Yeah.
How we doing?
Well, I mean, it's been a week for sure. You know, and it's like. I would definitely say we've never had, like, so we've had a few cases that have been close to this, I would say, in the past, in terms of like, you know, like the community being very unhappy about a lot of things. But this one was certainly taking the cake as far as that is concerned. But I mean, at the end of the day, the response is always the same thing, right? Like we hear what people say, we try things out, we see if we, you know, like what we agree with, and then we try to find solutions that are going to fix, you know, any kind of problem that the community have, and we keep on doing that. We keep iterating. I would say one of the things that that's been going on this time is there's certainly like an urgency at the moment to feel like, okay, we have to make sure that everything we're doing, we're like telling people that immediately. So we certainly wouldn't post like patch notes every day normally. So normally, of course, that stuff's sort of happening in the background. But we really wanted to make sure people are understanding the fact that we are kind of like looking into these things and improving things. So that's certainly been a bit of a ride. But like I'm certainly a believer that the more we do that, the more like the people will will effectively be happy once once we've made fixes to all of the different things they're unhappy about. The hardest part, honestly, is just identifying the problems.
Right.
And
yeah.
I think.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those things where, like, so for example, like a lot of people were talking about like monster speed, and it's like, okay, so when people are talking about that, they're talking about getting swarmed by monsters, right? And so then it's like, okay, well, why do you feel like you're getting swarmed by monsters? And then one of the things that we found, which we patch noted last week, is there was this system that monsters had where if they were doing like a multi-part combo, then there was a thing called an interrupt event where effectively, like, if the player got out of range of the monster, they would interrupt doing that skill and then continue chasing you immediately. And that means that effectively you didn't get a chance to kind of like if a monster starts attacking, like they're doing like a sort of 3-hit combo, they'll do the first one, you'll be backing off from that, and then they'll immediately start running again, and then immediately start the combo again. And so that kind of thing just makes them feel incredibly frantic. So
like
just like certain monster types that
almost,
just had that real frenetic kind of frantic feeling. And so we disabled that on almost all monsters as an example, and like immediately it's like now when you're fighting those monsters, like even though like we haven't changed the speed of the monsters per se, we just found the thing that made them feel ultra fast as you're fighting against them. And it's kind of like it's really just a continuous sequence of like finding things like that. And when you obviously we have like a lot of monsters in our game, like huge numbers of them. I mean, the eventual count of monsters we will have once we exit early access will be over 700. But even now, I think we've got over around 400 or something like that. It's like a ridiculous number compared to what most games have. And so it's like, you go back to some of these monsters and it's like, I don't even remember what was going on with this monster when we developed it. It's like this was a while ago. Like I don't know what's going on. So the monster guys kind of have to have a look at these things and sort of refresh their memories and like, okay, what the heck is it? How's this thing even set up? Like, what's even going on with this thing? Let's find out. So there's kind of a lot of that going on. So it just takes a while to kind of like assess these things and work out. So we did our first batch of those types of changes last week, but we're still sort of looking into things, and like those are the kind of the more obvious ones. But honestly, with a game like ours, like the more you look, the more you find. Like there's sort of an infinite ability for like problems to hide in the ridiculous amounts of numbers and animations and sort of things like that. So it's just a matter of finding everything, and if we can find everything, then I have no doubt that people will enjoy the game much more.
Is that
Speaking
just...
of
Go ahead, Zeke.
just speaking of all those monsters, I'd be interested to learn is there like I wonder if there's like a shorthand, like for the like certain groups of monsters, like Bruce, Chad, Doug, like these are the monsters like that, like, so you don't say like epic beast from the hell pit of blah 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 blah. So you just say like that's Dan. Or that's
they do have internal names. I don't know if Dan is one of them, but they do have internal names, and that'll just be whatever the artist happened to name the folder when they were creating the model in the first place. Like just whatever they happen to choose, that'll tend to be the name. And there's certainly some kind of random ones in there, but that's for the data miners to find, I suppose.
Are any of them hilarious?
Yeah, is there a Chad?
I'm sure they are, but I can't think of any of them. I think at some point, so in POE1 actually,
Dan the Harbinger of Hell.
Some of the boss of Act 3 is just called Pope. So like there are things like that because I think that's what they were looking at when they were designing it. But it's like I think in POE2 they actually started to get a little bit more rigorous with trying to make sure the names aren't super out there. So yeah, most of the names are kind of not too out there, but generally speaking, I mean, look, almost everything's going to have a different name than what it's called in the game, just because the naming part is like the last part, and usually, and even on like streams and so on, I'll often refer to things by their internal names, like even just areas and stuff like that, because that's what they're originally called.
Yeah. Anything in the game?
You learned them, yeah.
After you, Jonathan, is there?
No, not at all.
All right. Nothing like that. I
want to go noob Saibot in this.
Yeah, no noob Saibot at all. I want to go back to what you said in terms of like the monsters and finding what's wrong. And is that just purely a numbers game? Like, are you constantly playing the game, reading comments? Like, how do you attack that when you're, you know, when the internet is screaming? How do you like cut the noise and figure out exactly what is actually at fault?
Well, the key thing really is that I'm never going to make a change unless I can reproduce the suck for myself. Like, I'm not going to just believe someone when they say this is bad. I'm going to like say, okay, so you're telling me that's bad. Great. I'm going to play this. I'm going to try and get to a situation where I can understand why you're feeling this way. Because if I don't do that and we just make random from the hip changes, then, you know, it's not going to result in a game that I'm happy with. And that's kind of important because, you know, like, you know, in order to make the game good, it's really important that the people who are at the top level are playing that game every day. So, you know, like I have to be making a game that I'm enjoying. So effectively, like I need to be finding the things that are going to like make the game more fun for me and the players without making it less fun for me effectively. So right. That's kind of the key for me, I suppose. So, you know, when it comes to that specific monster change, I mean, I have to admit that was actually like Mark who discovered that one, not myself, but, you know, that particular change is kind of one of those things. And by the way, the area that you're showing on screen right now, like that is an example of one of the monster sets that did have this problem. So like those monsters, yeah, were like incredibly vicious. Like it's just a matter of like, okay, let's play this area. Let's try and like a variety of builds. Let's see if we can find a build that feels overwhelming and bad and that kind of stuff. And you've got a lot of blind spots when you're playing as a game director because you know how to play, right? So you have to like often set challenges for yourself. Like now I'm going to play without this. Now I'm going to play with this thing. Like one of the key things that's really important as well is I'd like to do run-throughs where I pick the thing that I would least want to pick. So whenever the game presents me an option, I pick the thing I most don't want to pick and then see how it goes. Sure. And that can result in obviously you know, you do have to have like options that you can make where you can make mistakes. But you still have to understand what the lowest bound is as far as like, you know, if I pick everything bad, if I'm doing all the worst ideas here, you know, what kind of experience do I have? And so that's something that that you also
call those streamer runs, by the way.
But it is definitely. I mean, okay, but it's interesting though because I think that is one of the things with the Huntress. I think that's been really interesting is that, and this is maybe going to sound a bit bad, but it's like most of the time when I'm watching a streamer playing the Huntress, they're playing it not as I would play.
Judge me, Jonathan.
You can say,
tell me that I suck, Jonathan.
You can say wrong. You can say that. You can be like, most of the time I watch streamers play the Huntress, they're playing it wrong.
Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, look, at the end of the day, though, it's like, okay, if people aren't like playing in a way that I expect, it's because we haven't communicated the way we want people to play it, or people have tried it and they've not enjoyed it and that kind of stuff, right? So that's, at the end of the day, it's always on us still. But it's, you know, it's just one of those things that well, you learn a lot from playing. And I think it's interesting as well because when I went into this launch with the Huntress in particular, I was kind of like, look, regardless of any other changes we made, regardless of any content, I was like, I know the Huntress is fun. Like I've been playing it, I really, really love it. Like it is my favorite class that we have made.
Oh.
You know, so then that kind of then took me very by surprise when there were a lot of concerns about the Huntress at the start. It really comes down to those sort of playstyle things, right? Where like, you know, with the parries and the and disengage, like the whole like sort of in-out gameplay style, like I was really, really enjoying that. And a lot of our staff are as well, right? Like we've got a lot of people who are like, yeah, man, this is really awesome. Like it's got a sort of feeling of action that we haven't had, you know, like from the other classes to the same extent. There was that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, it was really interesting that we had quite a lot of pushback about that. So then it kind of, once again, it came down to, you know, like we need to try the play styles that we're not trying. Like we need to, I need to try doing things that I wouldn't otherwise try and then find out why, if those things are the problem.
Sure.
So out of curiosity, and this is going to sound like a basic question, but I'd kind of love your thinking on this. When you get to a situation where you are having to personally choose between something that is more fun or more balanced, how do you approach that?
So on the development team, I would say I'm usually the one who is pushing for more fun over more balanced. There are also countervailing opinions on the team as well for like people who have to like, you know, who have to make sure that the balance is good. And it is important.
They're probably like,
to look at
no,
those
don't
things.
have, stop having fun. Balance.
That's not the way that I would look at it, but it's kind of like, so I mean, the I definitely push in that direction, but it's kind of like at the same time there is this concern where I always want the game to be readable and understandable and kind of be able to sort of see what's going on, and so sometimes like there's a level of stuff that that I tend to be a little bit more like I'm a little bit uneasy about this, but I tend to be the one pushing for like, you know, everything should work. If you expect it to work, it should work, and you know, like you should be able to do all these combinations and things like that. The issue that you get is that if there are things that are just way more powerful than other things, then it's going to push everyone to play that, and that's going to mean that you sort of lose build diversity, and then there's a fun that you're losing from that that's a little bit harder to immediately identify, but it is important. Like there's a kind of long-term fun that you get from the fact that you play this game and there's so many different things you can try, and it's not immediately obvious as you're playing your single build on a single playthrough, where you just want your thing to be powerful, but it's like, you know, we just have to like get to some level of balance and stuff along those lines. But yeah, generally speaking, I'm kind of like, you know, let people be able to do crazy stuff. Like that is important to me, so long as it's kind of like, you know, like so long as you get that feeling of progression all through the game from beginning to end, effectively.
Sure. Yeah. Have you ever thought about streaming your own gameplay? Would you ever like open up the almost
Could you ever
Pandora's
show us how to
box?
play a Huntress?
Yeah, like just to see. Like I see that question so much from the community. Like, well, how do you play it then? And I think it would do well.
This thought crossed my mind actually in the last week, I must admit.
Yeah.
And I kind of realized, I think what I'll do next time when we play, like between the week where we announce, you know, like do our live stream and announce the class, and the time when we actually, you know, like have the release, I think I actually might do some development streams and just like sort of show people my gameplay. It's interesting because awesome. Yeah. I mean, like, I guess there's no real reason I shouldn't do that. Like, I mean, it's probably.
I mean, you're going to get criticized, of course, but like, you're going to do that regardless of if you stream or not.
Well, I was going to say you're already halfway there. I mean, your outreach to the community and doing these interviews with all the people that you have. I mean, you're essentially doing that already. Yeah. So just doing it while playing is the next step. But yeah, that'd be instrumental. Like, I got to say, it would have been very interesting to see the Huntress release after having seen somebody who knows the ins and outs of it utilize it effectively. Because I can tell you the first hour, I was just like, okay, wait, am I supposed to do this? Or can I just do my one button combo? Or am I supposed to like, so like, it's so different and fun, but it was alien. It was not my, it was not like, I'm not used to this. So I didn't know if I was doing it right. So it can be really cool.
The thing is, I mean, I'm like, that feeling of this is alien is actually something that I want when we release a new class, because if we're not doing that, then we're not actually making new classes, really, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
Like it's kind of supposed to be that each class has a different feel entirely. I mean, like that isn't necessarily always going to be 100% the case to this degree, but yeah, certainly as far as action RPGs are concerned, I don't really know if there's something quite like this in another sort of like, you know, in what you would in the action RPG system. When I refer to action RPGs here, I'm talking about top-down Diablo style games, right? That's what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
Like there's not a lot else, you know, like this type of combat around. So you know, then that is what we want to do. And I guess the thing that's interesting as well is that I sort of also suspect that if the Huntress had been in just the set of characters that we had launched at the start of early access, it would have also been quite a different feeling then as well, because then it would have just been like, okay, here's one of the options for the people who like this kind of like parry and really fast motion type of play style. You know, like we're sort of bounding around and doing, you know, like dexterous melee. And that would have been, because I mean, they're like people who love that. But then obviously there are people who are like, you know, I find parrying awkward. I don't like, you know, this or that or the other thing. And then for those people, you know, like obviously other classes may be better. So if it had been launched in that same pack, I think we might have got quite a different reaction from that class in particular. Of course, there's like many other things that people are unhappy about as well, which we're kind of working on.
Sure.
But, you know, like that, in terms of that particular like class reaction, I think that would have changed things quite a lot.
Yeah. You mentioned parrying, and as someone who has about 60-ish hours on the Huntress, currently tier 15 maps, I haven't parried since I was like level 10. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for you to hear that a player just completely disregarded maybe the core element of a core element of the class for you?
I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, I suppose, but it is something that I think that it was a blind spot for me, because when I was playing, like all the way through, I was using parry all the time, because that sort of parry disengage into using a spear combo is something that I was using right from the beginning till the end.
Right.
You know, so that, like, I mean, the idea of that was, you know, like you sort of unlocked all the things that you can do with the with the twisters and stuff like that. And so I think that because we added that extra skill like right after launch, that means that no longer is that combo. Like, I don't know if you're using that either, that color weak skill, but you might just be using frenzy charges from other source, because that's the other thing as well, is the frenzy charges then become sort of easier using other sources as you go through the game. So I'm curious if are you using frenzy charges at all, is the first question.
No. I never
You're
said
not?
I'm
Okay.
a good build. Okay. So, full disclosure, in POE1, I probably have like 2,400, 2,500 hours.
Right.
Never done my own build. I've always followed a guide. In
Right, I
POE2, I've never followed a guide just because of how the game's released with its updates. There's not really guides to follow. So I kind of just like picked.
It's not really guides to
enjoyed.
follow.
So this
That-
time around, I'm
that-
using
that hurts.
like Spearfield with bleed.
That
and
one hurt.
knockback.
That one hurt, guys.
Rake and is it
Right.
Herald
So you're going
Herald of
all the
Blood?
bleed. Okay,
Yeah,
so
more bleed, more explosions
More
and,
bleed, okay,
and things like
sure.
that.
But look, in that case, like the bleed sort of style of the Huntress doesn't really rely on the sort of parry stuff. But if you're doing the elemental stuff or the whirlwinds, then you definitely want to be getting frenzy charges and doing that whole thing. And yeah, like effectively, we didn't have a way of getting frenzy charges for the first kind of like 50% of the campaign effectively in an easy manner. So that was kind of, and effectively that meant that if you wanted to do, unless you were going bleed, then if you wanted to use all of the elemental spears, you effectively had to do the parry stuff in order to get frenzy charges.
Right.
And so but what we effectively did to ameliorate that, if people didn't want to parry, there's adding this cull the weak skill that allows you to get frenzy charges anyway, and that means that you've got access to that whole side of the build, and it is powerful, right? Like those enhanced spear throws are, you know.
Oh,
like
Call the Weak with Lightning Spear was crazy. Yeah.
yeah.
But
But I mean, even the other ones as well, especially because what they do is they, for the other ones, they all unlock ground effects like fire and lightning and stuff like that, which then you can infuse with your into your whirling slash, which you then use with the twisters, and so yeah. Like that kind of stuff is like my primary, like the build that I played all the way to endgame. Because, you know, I don't actually have time to play literally every build to endgame. That'd be completely impossible.
Yeah, no, there's no
in
way.
development time. But the build that I was playing all the way to endgame was using the whirling slash twisters, and then with barrage as well, like, which means that you can get like a huge number of twisters. You know, yeah, that like using ground effects. So that was effectively the build I was playing, and that involved using the parry to kind of get it started. But then I also was using Fangs of Frost to freeze monsters, and I kind of had two variations of the combo. Like, you could either parry into Fangs of Frost if you wanted to have like if you wanted a faster combo for like more like just clearing, or you could use like parry disengage for more for longer fights against rares or against like bosses or something like that. So
yeah,
that was kind of like what I was doing for like through to endgame. But I mean, you know, like obviously there's like, you know, we try other things, we, you know, have a lot of different experiments, but there's actually this phenomenon that's like kind of annoying, which is that unless you actually play a class from the beginning, there's something about it that just doesn't quite work in testing. Like it's you never get the same feeling unless you actually play through on the character. Like if you just make a character and at endgame, and then like you're like, okay, I'm going to put all these skills on it, and you sort of feel you might think that you have the right idea about what the items should be, but somehow it just never quite feels the same as when you've leveled up yourself. And so I actually don't tend to do that very often when I'm playing. And I honestly, I don't even know if I can fully explain why that is. But there is something important about that process that kind of gets you to a state of a character, and like,
yeah.
Well, it's because the character is not just a thing; it's the experience you have playing it to where it is. Like it's when you have a PoE character, it's like, because we've talked about that frequently. Because like one of the reasons of using builds or having a character played for you, which I know is kind of a hot topic for shared accounts and stuff. Thanks, Elon. But it's you know, it's very much. I feel the exact same way. It's like a lot of ARPG. You got to have the whole experience to understand every ability, every class. Now I know understanding it's not part of you, but still, for it to be yours and your journey and everything, you kind of have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean there absolutely is an understanding of abilities because once again, if I like even for me, right, if we create an ability and then I just try it at a high level without actually doing a playthrough that earned it, like so this is actually one of those things, by the way, that actually was okay. So the reason why the Huntress, I mean, this is true of any class we didn't add, but the reason why the Huntress wasn't ready is we had a bunch of abilities that were effectively designed without doing the playthroughs, right? Like we would make an ability, like this is before, right? We'd make an ability, we would put it in the game, we'd try it on a character that we had pre-constructed and be like, oh yeah, this ability, you know, like does this, right? But like until we realized at some point that like when you actually were playing and then you got the like when you were actually playing and then had the ability to select it for yourself, it completely changed the vibe of like how that skill felt like. Like, you know, it's like it's important that you actually test the part where you're actually trying to weave it into a build that you've got going through. And so without that, you actually don't even have really an ability that you've actually tested and know that's good. And there are even like some abilities I would say still in the game now that that didn't get enough attention from that part of the experience, and so it's something that I think we can actually improve even on some existing classes as well with some abilities that were like maybe like a little bit rushed or things like that. So like yeah, like that experience is actually important. And I actually think that the Huntress's abilities as far as like that experience is better than some of the other classes for this reason, because I was spending more times because I was specifically this whole time from the time when we launched early access till now kind of doing playing Huntress and then sorting that. It kind of meant that it got even like more individualized attention than what I think some of the other classes actually got in that way.
Yeah, would you say that's how you're going to treat the time between every patch moving forward? Did it feel like that was constructive enough and a proper way of spending your time? I guess is how I'll frame the question.
Well, I mean, the issue with that, of course, is that I wasn't paying as much attention to other things that that were problems, right? Which is definitely a concern.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's interesting because I think that one of the issues that we had. Okay, so I'm gonna blame Christmas. This is what I'm gonna blame for all of our problems here.
Oh my God, the war on Christmas continues.
Right,
oh no, here we go.
Santa Claus, we're coming after you.
So what happens is that so we release early access, right? And then we've got like 3 weeks before everyone's off on their break. And during that 3 weeks, we're in this mode where we're like responding to problems and we're like trying to fix things and everything happens. And then we've got like 3 weeks where where Christmas happens and everyone kind of goes away. We've lost the context of even being in the mode of like we're responding to what the players are complaining about kind of thing. And it's like, bear in mind as well at the start of early access that like 7 out of 10 people are talking to me are being like, oh wow, the game's amazing, it's so cool, like because what they're doing is they're playing through the game for the first time, they're experiencing all the bosses, they're experiencing all just the graphics and the art, and like everything's cool, right? So they're all like, oh wow, the game's amazing, right? And so you got a bunch of people who are also talking about problems, and those are real problems, right? But they're being drowned out by the positivity of like everyone experiencing this new game for the first time.
Sure.
And so like nothing that the players are complaining about today is something that people weren't complaining about back then. It's just that they weren't the loudest voices in the room at the time, and now they are.
Right.
So effectively, like you've got that that thing, and so effectively, so after Christmas, right, we come back and we're like, okay, we need to get this Huntress out. I'm going to focus all my efforts on getting this class out that we're doing, and by then it's like. We kind of had our eye off the ball, as it were, about like what are the issues that are sort of happening in the community as much, because we're like, okay, we're focusing on this next expansion. Like that disconnect, I think, was a real problem between like those two time periods. And so this time, I'm actually, and it seems obvious, but it's like I'm actually taking time in the scope doc for the next patch. So I mean, we've obviously got a document which is like the scope for 030, right? Like we've got a document for that. We sort of know what we're planning on doing for that. We've got in that scope document at the very top, like, make sure the players aren't going to be unhappy about this. Make sure the players aren't going to be happy about this. And like, just like, here's like 6 things that we just want to make sure like we're actually doing something about this, as we're considering, like how 030 is going to come together, so that we don't kind of make that mistake of like kind of forgetting about all of the things that are sort of outstanding issues, as it were. And so, I think that shouldn't be a problem again next time. But like I guess that's kind of like the main thing, right? It's just making sure that we don't like forget about the fact that as we're making content, that we also need to be like addressing those kind of like underlying issues as well. So that's kind of what we're doing there.
Yeah.
Speaking of like getting negative comments and negativity generally, when you're making a new addition, a patch, whatever you want to call it, to the game, like, do you have like a meeting with your crew that's like, okay, this is going to make some people mad, so we're going to batten down the hatches and we're going to weather this storm, but we'll come out the other side of it because in the long run, we all believe that it's a good change. Like, is there a lot of that shit happening?
I wouldn't
Thank
say
you.
that it is like that exactly, except for so here's a discussion that we did have. So effectively, so when we launched early access, we had a whole bunch of things that were out of control as far as like balance is concerned. Like there were just some things that were just trivializing shit in a way that was bad.
Like you're getting stunned.
And so what we started doing right at the start was we started nerfing those things, right? We kind of was like, okay, this is early access. We're gonna nerf a bunch of things. And immediately we got like huge pushback from that. And understandable, right? Like for me, it is understandable because if you're playing like actively and then someone nerfs what you're doing, you're going to be unhappy about that, and rightfully so, right? Like I was playing and now my character is ruined, right? And the funny thing is that what we thought we were doing, even when we were doing that, like we're mindful of this, right? Like we even thought as we were doing that, like, okay, we're going to nerf things, but we're not going to nerf them to the point where they're bad. We're just going to nerf them to like, we're going to have some like upper bound of like what we're allowing, and we're going to try and just nerf it down to that point. So like the stuff that people is playing that, they're playing because it's part of the meta, we're just going to, we're not going to nerf it even as much as we might want to. We're just going to do like a temporary nerf to get this thing kind of like not trivializing shit. So that's what we thought we were doing. So we started doing that. We did that for like, I don't know how long it was. It might have been like a week, honestly. Then immediately it's like we just got huge amounts of pushback from people. So we're like, okay, we can't do this. So like, how are we going to be able to do all these changes that we know we need to make in order to kind of get things more in line? And the reason why it's important to get things in line is because we need to, as I said before, we need to make sure there's build diversity. Like you're not only playing like one of like a few, just a few things. And so for that one, we definitely knew, look, whenever we've done nerfs in the past, it's been, it's caused anger. And so then we're like, okay, but in order to offset that, we need to make sure that we've got things like, a new class, that we've got like new in-game content, we've got like enough new stuff that people aren't going to dwell on the nerfs as much, or at least that was the theory. Now, in reality, there was a kind of an effect that I don't think I had appreciated before that kind of now I think is kind of also another source of a lot of issues, which is that like we made a bunch of people who thought, and maybe this is going to come out slightly wrong, but like they thought they knew how to play the game, feel like that they suck now, and that is a bad feeling.
Well, they learned
right?
one
That's a
thing
really
and
bad
then you
feeling to give
changed the
someone,
thing, right? Yeah.
Right. So effectively, it's like there were a lot of things that I would say were like well, okay, effectively any change can do this, right? It's like if you've got a thing and you know how you're playing a thing, and then we make a change where now the thing you were doing before sucks and is bad. Now your immediate feeling is like I know how to play the game, and yet this is sucking, so therefore the game is bad. And like they're not necessarily wrong to feel that way either, right? Like making people feel like they suck is a feeling that nobody is ever going to enjoy, right? Like it's a feeling that is bad. So effectively, like that is the thing that we effectively did to a bunch of people who were relying on the various things that that were happening. Now the good news is that now that we've gotten things into a much more sort of normalized place, as far as like think like the outliers are not too crazy, like everything's kind of in a more normal place. That means that we can actually start looking at things from the perspective of like, okay, now we can buff things to make them more fun. We can do all these things, like we can improve stuff. But we did have to get to a point of like somewhat normalization in the balance. Like they did have to happen. And I honestly don't know if there was a way we could have done that would have been fun for people to experience. Like
yeah,
when you nerf like everything players are doing, it's not going to be a fun time. Like it's just not going to be.
So wait, based on what you said, hey Reddit, nerfs are done. No more nerfs. Oh, we're good.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
You've been notified. They're good.
Yeah.
It's Jonathan speaking. Yeah, it's the
speaking
interview that happened
of
today.
Things that make me feel like I'm shit at the game. The ascendancies, specifically the third and fourth How do you feel about those right now in the current stage of Path of Exile 2? Because for me personally, the third one is brutal. Like, I abhor doing it. I abhor everything about the process.
I think that is mostly around monster work. So ascendancy monsters are quite hard. Well, okay, specifically Sanctum, the monsters have got a like you effectively have to design every monster in Sanctum like a boss in terms of telegraphing and all that sort of stuff, and it takes quite a lot of work. Like it's harder than a normal monster to make, and there's more we can do there.
Because that was also one of the last, getting hit by
areas that got the monster work done before early access. I think it's probably got some of the roughest monster work as well.
Okay.
So there's quite a lot that we have to do there, like to just improve it. And like we're sort of slowly doing some of that work, but I don't think we did enough of that in the last launch that we just did. So there's more to do there, and that's all those like just devil in the details type of work where we just need to sort of just improve monsters to feel better, and we'll get that over time and it'll be done. But effectively, we just need to keep on doing more. That being said, like it is supposed to be the case that Ascension is supposed to be like a point in your character where you feel like, it is supposed to be harder than the content that surrounds it. It's supposed to be like a moment of, feeling, like you earned something here. Like if Ascension was just a pushover, then it's like, well, yeah, you don't get that feeling of earning it, right? But at the same time, there's definitely monster problems that we have in those both of the Ascension classes, Ascension trials.
It was for me specifically. It was the Sanctum, and I didn't like Sanctum in POE1. So there's that's a problem to begin with for me, like a personal problem. And I know a lot of that can be fixed with like the get good mentality. And for what it's worth, I ended up getting good.
JP, if you were playing Huntress, right? I mean,
I ended up getting good and I ascended, and I got the power that I wanted from that. The process was to just experience that. It wasn't to like go in there on the first try and get the ascendancy point like it was in POE1 with labs. It was to go in there, get some honor resistance, kind of build up the actual relics and things like that, and really get involved in the process. And then I ascend. Is that always going to be that process to where you,
how many runs,
have to build up to
how many runs did it take is the question I have for you.
4, with one of them being under leveled because I was just farming relics.
Right. I would say that I would say 2 or 3 is more than what I would want for the third ascension. Well, to be honest, probably for the first few, like that sort of 2 or 3 kind of zone is kind of more what I would expect. Is right. But it obviously it sort of is dependent, right? Like a good player should be able to do it in one once they know how to, once they know how to do that stuff, or they know what the build is like. And that
you mentioned it. Some of those mobs just are brutal, like the sandworm mobs. Those things destroyed my honor, especially if I'm fighting like a rare summoning portal or something, and having issues killing them in the first place. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, some of the monsters are just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to like individual cases and that sort of stuff. Like we just have to make sure that they're all good. And as I said, we've got so many monsters that it's like hard to even, like it takes a long time to go through this stuff.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Something that really like sunk home to me just now, like just recently during this conversation, was like the fact that it's still in early access. And it's weird to think that. Because it seems like such a polished, finished product. Like, even though obviously it's not done yet, but like, even my 50 hours in it was like, oh, this feels like it didn't feel like an incomplete game at all. It didn't feel like early access. So I think we tend to forget that it's still in early access, and we forget that like that we agreed to buy it in early access, so we should be. I mean, I'm not trying to like kiss your ass or anything, but like I actually forgiving. Right?
I actually don't fully know if I even agree that because a player, like, we don't have any right to a player's forgiveness, really. Like, at the end of the day, like, people have the experiences they have, and we just have to live with that. And it's like, I mean, look, if we're going to sell a product, then, people should have the expectation they're going to enjoy the product that they're buying, right? Like, sure, we call it early access, and that it is, right? Like, that is a label that does something as far as like player expectations is concerned, and that is important. but at the end of the day, you still have to deliver a product that people are enjoying. So yeah, I mean, from that perspective, like I can't be unhappy when people are like, I can't use the excuse of, oh, it's just early access when I'm talking to players, because at the end of the day, like that's not a constructive thing for me to even say. Like it's like I need to be like, okay, well, what's the issue? Let's try and find out what you don't like, right? I guess one of the things that being an early access does mean, though, is that, you know, like there are a lot of people who won't play something that's an early access until we're saying it's fully finished. And so that's kind of part of what you do get from being an early access, is you get to kind of, you know, like you get to effectively limit the number of people who are playing until you're sort of ready for that big, you know, for that big surge of players that you'll get for release. Sure. So, you know, that and that's the thing. And so it's like from that perspective, it's a very unusual early access, right? Because we had so many players. Like, I actually wonder, like, how many like pay to play early access games have even had this many sales. Like, it might be kind of quite up there as far as that's concerned. So it's quite unusual.
A rare few. Yeah.
It's quite unusual in that regard.
But is that so? Using the current 0.2 patch, specifically like the Wisp mechanic. The Wisp mechanic is. Would you call that like the League mechanic? Like what was the bullet point next to Wisp within the design document for 0.2? I'm curious if that is like. I'll stop the question there and let you answer it, and follow up. Yeah.
So it didn't rise to the level of being a league, like what I would call a proper actual league, because we didn't have all the things that a league has, right? Like leagues have, I mean, it almost kind of got there. Like, you know, they've got crafting systems, they've got meta systems, they've got like, you know, like there has to be some way, like there has to be an in-game boss, there has to be all these things. Like some of those things we didn't have.
Yeah.
So it didn't rise to the level of being a league, and that's the reason why we in the end decided not to make it a league. We were kind of thinking it could be league-like, but we just didn't quite have enough going on with it. But the primary reason why we did the Wisps actually was because we wanted to make sure that there was more content in Endgame that overlapped with other content. So one of the big things that was lacking in POE2's Endgame was not enough like overlapping axes of randomness, is the thing we call this, where effectively you've got like different mechanics that overlap, so that like you can get more situations that you've never seen before, where it's like, oh, what if the, you know, the Wisp happened to happen to inhabit this boss, and then that's a different thing, or it happened to be near the strongbox, or, you know, like this, like effectively like multiple things that can overlap together to cause a new combat situation. And so yeah, as I said, the reason we picked the Wisps was because we wanted something that could work like that and have more content that worked like that, and that ultimately will lead to an improvement in the end game. And I think a lot that sort of, as far as the content outside of the Huntress, it was that sort of stuff that we were trying to get there,
right?
In order to improve, you know, like, yeah, just effectively how the end game feels. So we'll probably be doing more of that over time, like when we're concentrating on that kind of more league-like mechanic. That's the stuff we'll be looking at.
Yeah. So is it? Do you find that to be a hurdle, given the history of your POE1 updates, the leagues, the expansions? All of that being brought into POE2 while the game is still in early access, to where there's like these two, you know, progress paths of like, we got to make 0.3, we got to introduce another class, we have to set, you know, POE2 is not a finished game, but also we've set expectations because of people being brought over from POE1 with these like expansions and these leagues. Is that is that a hurdle? Like, do you kick yourself at night for like, fuck, we set this up, and now we've delivered on it before, we got to do it again, however many times until the game's out of early access, until those things align?
It is a concern, but I think that it's actually important, even regardless of whether or not we were in early access, because the end game needs to have enough content at launch to make sure that people are really engaged. And like, end games are one of those things where like every action RPG that comes out, people complain that there's not enough end game content. Like, it just happens every single time.
Happens with any game, yeah.
So, yeah. So effectively, what it ensures that we will have when we come to the actual full release is that we will have a lot of end game content. And so I think that like, and so okay, so like when the next release we have, like for 030, we'll probably like turn down the Wisps in the campaign, and there'll be some other thing. And like when we get to eventual release, like there might only be a few Wisps in the campaign, and like it's one of the many different random things that you can find that just effectively serve as just like interesting things that you find during the campaign. That's what it will feel like there. But then during the end game is like an actual mechanic that you can then engage with and have more stuff going on with. And so effectively it's expanding that universe of stuff that that can exist in endgame. And without you know, I think that it would have been very hard if we didn't have early access to have been able to create the amount of content that an in-game needs just kind of off the cuff like that. We need like so many different overlapping systems. Yeah, I think that's sort of important.
Sure.
To have a situation like that.
To be blunt, how long did like the Wisp mechanic take for development process?
I don't. It's hard for me to even quantify because you've kind of got like a whole team, and it's like I don't like.
There's no like without answering like man hours, I guess.
Dude, it reminds me so much of Abyss. I actually wanted to ask if it was related.
It's actually a little bit of a. I mean, it's more like the Tormented Spirits in POE1. But it does work more like Abyss in the way that the spirits track and go along a path. So it fixes some of the issues that the Tormented Spirits have. But I mean, I wouldn't say it took like that long, really. Like we actually like decided to do them like not even really that early in 2.0's development. Like it didn't really take that long. I mean, consider what we needed to actually make that happen, right? And this is one of the things is that I think we are very good at as a company is like being able to leverage what we have. So what does it take to make wisps? So the actual effect for the wisps themselves is obviously like made of particles, so there's no like modeling involved in that. The animals are all animals that we had that we could do like a few animations for to make abilities. Like you know, like we had a bear model, we had a deer model, we had like all these different things. So like those are all things that we sort of had, so we can utilize those in a completely different context that you would never see as being the same. In terms of the actual ability stuff, I mean, you've got VFX work, like, but not necessarily more than like a boss would take. Like it probably took about a similar amount of VFX time as a single boss might take to make that stuff. And then you've got the various mechanics around like the programming time. I mean, it wasn't really that hard. It's kind of yeah. Like I mean, I wouldn't say it really took that long.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, like it's a relatively easy feature to make, and I feel like you get a reasonable amount out of it. And so it's just a question of making more things like that, just having interesting stuff to find.
So is it safe to say that alongside, new classes and all the other like early access updates, that's the type of stuff we can expect moving forward for 0.3, 0.4, and so on and so forth?
Yeah. We'll definitely be adding more content like that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That makes a lot of sense. I want to go back to when you said, obviously POE2 super successful in sales and player base. I think at launch you guys averaged like almost double at least Steam count players on that. How hard is it for you to like take all of those new players, and I'm going to use Zeke as an example, and I'll give you a backstory there. Zeke bounced off of POE1 pretty hard. He even had Ziggy running him through it as kind of a Sherpa and bounced off of it pretty hard. But with POE2, and I think he told you this prior to us starting the interview, he put like, 60 hours in it, Zeke, or something like that?
Yeah, 55.
How do you make a game for the Zeeks, but also keep the Zizerins involved? Like, there's a huge disparity in the type of players that those two are. How do you satiate and succeed in making a game like that? Or do you feel you've already done that? Or is that the forever problem?
Well, I personally... Okay, so if you imagine the sort of Venn diagram of this, as it were.
Okay, yeah, Zeke and Ziz, the circles.
Where you've got like things. So the question you're effectively asking is there any overlap there?
Yeah.
Right? Like, is there a place where the game can be that both of those players are happy with it? And I am a believer that yes, there is. Now, I think there are a lot of players who would say that there isn't, but I still believe that there is.
Okay.
Personally. And that is the thing the target we're attempting to hit. Now, the difficulty of that is that we're attempting to hit a smaller target, right? Because if we have to nail the dart right into the intersection of those 2 points, then that is a smaller target to hit, which means our job is more difficult. And I would say that balancing POE2 is actually much harder than balancing POE1 has been. But I think that a lot of the reasons why Path of Exile 1 had people like you bounce off them is not necessarily the same kind of reasons that people, that POE1 players are unhappy with POE2 right now. I think that those reasons are just incidental complexity that never actually mattered. Like, I don't think that anyone is like crying out for POE2 to use POE1's like gem socketing system. Like, that is not the criticism that POE1 players have, and yet it was like a huge thing that caused POE1 to be hard for for new players. So it's like there are changes that are just straight up wins for one group that don't affect the other group, and that's the kind of changes we're trying to make to kind of make it so that you're just like things are less complicated, like are nicer to play, like those kinds of things. And so like my hope, like I really don't think that the sacrifices, I don't think there's many sacrifices a POE1 player should be having to make to play POE2, and I really don't think that that should even be how the POE1 player should look at it. I believe that there really is an intersection there where we can make both groups of those players like happy about the game.
Yeah, it's not easy as well. I mean, that's
it isn't easy.
Companies fight for that.
I have kind of a follow-up that I know you guys have talked about this extensively in different formats. I know you've been on all sorts of podcasts, but just to kind of get it all in one place, kind of building on the question JTP just asked between like the strongest, most educated players and new players, and that kind of Venn overlap. I'm curious on your perspective on the overlap of your end game players and how you guys are approaching that with POE1.
Right.
So like one thing I've noticed is if you kind of had two sides, you have like the more faster one skill gameplay of POE1 on one side. And then you have the kind of more slower, more difficult, more methodical POE2 on the other. So, and again, feel free to kind of dance around this question as much as you like. One thing I've noticed a lot in the POE community is that there's a lot of people that fell in love with POE for that first style. They see POE2 kind of moving a different direction, and then they see POE1 like not getting quite as much love as POE2 as they see it go into the distance in a direction they're not digging. How are you guys tackling this? Where you have players like, speed the game up, we want this more, but that kind of goes counter to what you want to do with this. And you kind of have that other option available. Like, do you try to bring the POE1 players into POE2, or do you purposefully differentiate them for different experiences?
Well, first of all, I guess the main thing is that it's incredibly unfortunate that the slowdown in POE1 development happened, because it wasn't our intention to do that. And so, my belief is that shouldn't be a problem after the next expansion happens. Like that, we're trying. I mean, look, we might fail, but the goal is not to fail, of course. Our intention.
That's a great goal.
The intention is still to update POE1, and it's like there were certainly sacrifices that happened that affected the POE1 audience as far as that development is concerned, and that's definitely bad. And like it's bad that happened. Like it wasn't our intention to do that, and we did. So like if you are a person who likes POE1 and you're not interested in POE2, we still want to have POE1 there and getting support like it always had. For that, like that is a thing we want to do. But that said, I still don't want to give up on the idea that a POE1 player can enjoy POE2 as well. Like I really do believe that can be the case. I really do believe. Like I like both games. Like I do. I like POE2 better, but I still like POE1, and I think that shouldn't be something. I think that can be something that can be true for a lot of players.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you go.
Oh, I was going to say, so is there, do you guys have any type of specific specialization you'd like to do between the two products? Like make it so like, if you don't like this, you might like this. Like from a design philosophy standpoint, are they going to go in different directions to cater to different audiences? Or are we always going to see them kind of move in parallel as you explore different things between the both?
It just isn't really the way that I think about it, I suppose. Because like, I tend to think that, like I look at individual things on an individual level, right? Like, and I think this is the thing that has frustrated a lot of people in the community when I talk about this stuff, is that like, because I tend to be like, okay, it's not that I've got some design philosophy where like this is the amount of speed that the game has to have and this many, kilometers an hour or anything like that, right? It's entirely like
They get hung up on that. I mean, I do it as
yeah,
well.
yeah. Like,
right?
is this fun or isn't it fun? And like, do you feel the power up is progressing or do I not feel like that, and so on? And it's like, I guess the only thing I can point to that's like completely certain to me is that it shouldn't be that when you watch a stream of a player as someone who's never played the game before, that it looks like something that is completely incomprehensible ridiculousness. Like, you have that thing where it's like I don't want it to be like, if a person looks at someone playing the game even at a high level, it should look like, oh wow, that character is ridiculous, but it shouldn't be like, I can't even visually understand what is entering my eyeballs here. Like that's that's really the only.
That was my first time ever watching.
Anytime JP played a clip on this show of him playing POE, I'm like,
POE1.
It's like trying to fucking figure out what the Tasmanian devil is doing.
Dude, I'll never forget the first time. First time I saw it, 2 times. First time I saw an endgame mapper in POE1 that actually knew what they were doing, and the first time I saw a flicker strike build. Were 2 of the most memorable PE things I've ever seen. But no, that makes perfect sense.
To be honest, you still kind of understand what's going on with the flicker strike build. Like, at least you kind of have an understand.
Sometimes. Depends on how many mobs are on the screen.
I mean, that speed exists here. Let me pull up Fubgun's stream. Like, the POE2's or POE1 speed.
But immediately, right, you understand what is happening on the screen right now. Here,
Yes,
right?
you see the lightning bolts going out. You see the mob. Yeah. It's not quite like just a Picasso of fast images.
Exactly, right? So it's like, and this is the reason why I'm always hesitant. People are like, are you wanting to slow the game down? And then it's like, well, I mean, I want, to be honest, this is not even as fast as it can go, right? Like, as I said,
sounds like what people are saying is they want the game sped up at the beginning.
Sure, some people do say that, right? And that is, I think, a bit of a difference. That might be, well, so this is an interesting concern, right? Because the other thing as well is even the term beginning means something entirely different to some players than others. Like, like some people will tell me, oh yeah, like, the monsters have too much life in the early game, and then I find out they're talking about like Act 5, like effectively Crawl Act 2, and it's kind of like from their perspective, that's the beginning of the game, right? So it's like, I think that we did have a problem with with issues like in the sort of mid campaign. The other thing as well that we have an issue with is right now we still have crawl difficulty, right? And so the game does drag in crawl difficulty if it's like a little bit when you've played this before. Like, we had this back in POE1 in the early days, but the game does start to drag in the second time you're playing through the campaign. So just not having that problem will be a massive boost as well. Once we get all the acts and everything like that. So
I'll tell you this, like as a first time player, first time going through, I played all of my 55 hours with the same character and stuff like that. I was like, I was totally like, I don't think the beginning acts need to be sped up at all. However, if I wanted to go through it again, which is kind of the game's designed to do that, go through it again with different characters or different builds in mind, whatever, then it would feel slow because I've done this. And like, that's like for a brand new player like me, the speed was fine at the beginning.
Right.
But like, I could totally see myself going through the same act again with a different character and going, wow, this feels like I'm trudging through a swamp.
Right. I think, that's like a POE1 issue as well. That's been, I mean, have you guys thought about changing that at all from POE1? Like, what's the thinking with that?
Changing
well,
what exactly?
The biggest comment that we all get is like, do I still have to do the campaign? Like, just to completely cut, like, do I still got to do the campaign? Like, is there going to ever be shortcuts, skips, alternate routes?
Like, one big thing is respecting time. Like that, like a lot of people feel that in POE2, it doesn't respect necessarily the time, especially compared to POE1 because of how slower it is. So are we going to have like a cumulative effect of not only having this much larger, much girthier, slower campaign, but then also having to repeat that multiple?
Well, okay, so I guess the part that I sort of would say about that is that at the end of the day, and this is kind of the way that I tend to think about things, is like if you're saying that you're not enjoying the campaign, then that just means the campaign needs to be better, right? Like it just like
Even if it's like the
Like, I
15th
like,
or
I understand,
20th
like,
time
on
they
an
played it.
Well, I understand, but on an intellectual level, it's easy to say, okay, I'm not going to enjoy playing through this again. And that might even be true with the campaign in its current state, but I am a believer in the idea that you can make something like this compelling enough that it is fun to play again. And part of the reason why it is because when we have leagues, there's a different thing going on with the campaign to kind of mean that, like it changes your perspective on, like what things are. In an ideal league will actually affect the content that you're playing as well. Like it'll make it feel like a different play experience. And then there's also the fact that you're playing a different character class. It has a different feel. Like there are bosses where like they feel completely different. Like there are a lot of the time there'll be situations where like, okay, you'll play a boss with one type of character, then you'll play it with another one. It just feels like a completely different thing. Like this boss, I just trivialized it. It was easy the first time I went through. This time I'm having it's like just due to the way that my character is, it feels very different. So I guess what I'm saying is that like it's certainly not helped by the fact that we've got 2 copies of the campaign in the game right now, because it meant that you played through it twice. Like the first time you played through it. Like I believe that it is possible to get the campaign to the point where you will be fine playing through it, and it's like ideally the experience you're having is just fun. And I mean, like the POE1 campaign, it does get stale over time eventually, but like it's still something that people play through again and again and again. And like the reason why is it's there to host the other content that we also add every time, right? Like it's there to be the place where you do all these things. And I don't know that if you just started level 1 in Endgame, I'm not really sure that would be like that different, really. Like, I mean, like at the end of why are you playing a game again at all, right? There's like 3 reasons you could be doing it. One reason is to experience the new content that we've added, and because of the way we add content in leagues, like you can experience that in the early game or the end game, so that doesn't kind of change anything about that. And another reason can be that you're playing a different character class, in which case you still need the experience of like leveling it up and going through and like sort of learning the abilities and growing with you. So like I don't know that like starting in the end game would materially change that, really. Like it's just a question of like, are you having fun doing the thing you're doing?
Okay, so just to push back a little bit, because you have a very unique project here, and I want to understand this better. So you said you want the campaign to be engaging, but at the same time, like it's designed to be played, like it can be engaging, but anything you do 20 plus times, like when you're doing the same thing, hearing the same voice lines, doing the exact same pattern, like even if you're engaged, it still seems like it would just get super repetitive. And the other thing that I think, which is interesting here, is POE is not one game. POE is 2 distinct different games. It is the campaign and it is the end game. And a lot of people don't want to play this first one a bunch of times, but they really want to play the second one a bunch of times, which means they have to slog through the first one a bunch of times to get to the part they like, which immediately changes what this one is.
Here's where I think that I disagree about that, is that I don't see those as 2 separate things in the same way that I think that that you necessarily are saying there. Because ultimately, like you said, anything that you play through 20 times can get boring, and I don't disagree with that. But then at the same time, in the end game, you're playing through the same map 20 times.
But you're coming back to the season for like the new mechanics, the new changes. So you come back for the new stuff, but you only get to that stuff.
Is also available in the campaign as well. So if you're going to make the argument that playing through the, like what I'm saying is like the only difference between the campaign and the end game is the order in which you play through areas is fixed in the campaign and isn't in the end game. Like that's really but the other difference being that you've got more of a mix of mechanics where you've got like like different, like there's more overlapping mechanics that are happening at the same time. But I don't know that even in a context where you were like if you imagine playing the end game from level 1, I don't think you could just introduce every single thing like right at the very beginning of that either, right? Like you have to have on some level.
I mean, like we were talking about earlier, you'd have to have that character growth, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it seems like there would be some kind of middle ground for like you do the campaign once per patch or league, and then your second campaign is like shorter, or maybe you have all the exits already marked on your map before you get there.
Within a league, effectively.
Yeah, so within a league. So like every time you do a new character, like the campaign vicariously gets like shorter and shorter and shorter, not necessarily due to content, but the player's ability to get through it. But like one thing, for instance, is like, players have contests and how fast they can get through the campaign to get to where they get. It's like that World of Warcraft episode in South Park where they spend, 40 weeks leveling up to get to the real game, which is the end game.
Right.
So it just seems like for players that are in that perspective, it seems like there should be an option. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, one of the things as far as like multiple playthroughs of within a single league is that I think that players are maybe not happy enough with the level of like of like power leveling items that they're getting, because like the theory is that you play through the campaign once, you go to endgame, you've got a bunch, like you get a bunch of items, and now your second playthrough is way easier because you've got a bunch of items that you got from before. And so I mean that should more than double the speed that you're going through the campaign, like very easily.
If
So,
you're
like,
good enough
to
of a
the-
player to know to save that stuff. But yes,
Right,
yes,
yes, sir.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But even just having currency in your stash, like, and just buying things on trade,
That's true.
As you level up, is also going to get you a crazily different experience than what you'd have the first time through. Just because you've got all that currency that you got, and, like, you're definitely saving the currency at the very least. So it's like that should theoretically make that work. And so if that's like, to the extent that that's not the case, like, we might need to improve things there. Like, I know a lot of people are saying that, like, some of the level, like, there's like various reasons why like leveling uniques aren't good enough and that kind of stuff, or like, a lot of unique options and that kind of thing. Like that's the kind of stuff that can help a lot there, I think. So and that also can be another type of experience that's also fun to have, like, because that is your experience of just completely obliterating everything as you go through, like, using these ultra powerful items. And so that is also an experience we want players to have too. Like, that's the kind of thing that ideally is the solution to that.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you for answering these questions so just transparently and candidly. I really appreciate
No
it.
problem.
Yeah, I both this and not necessarily a question I have, but last week's interview that you did with Zizarin. If you guys haven't watched that in the audience, definitely go check it out.
Yep.
It was a bit heated at times, and I think
It was,
you made
and I feel bad about
comment
that
to
because,
but I still think it was a fantastic conversation, and the changes that came from that, whether they were directly responsible, whether the podcast was directly responsible for that, for the patch. I'm
Well,
glad
certainly
that whole
responsible-
conversation happened. That was great.
Yeah, it was certainly responsible for some of them, because at the end of the day, like, we do need people to bring specific things to our attention. So basically, like, that was just useful because, and it's also always easier when you're talking one-on-one with someone, because then you can ask questions about, like, okay, well, what's actually happening specifically here and that kind of stuff. Like, that's always important. It's similar to that example earlier that I had where, like, with the specific monsters that had specific problems, where it's like, okay, people are like, monsters are too fast, and it's like, okay, but what monsters is the question, right? We have to find out what like, what the specific issues are. So,
It's
All of them,
like,
minus 20 across the board.
that's the
Let's
thing,
do
right?
it.
That's what a player will say. That's what a player will say, and it's like,
It's not an
that's
answer.
why it becomes difficult. And
yeah.
honestly, the issue that I had when I was doing that interview, and like part of the thing that, obviously I was like low on sleep, and there was like a few other various compelling
It was
things
a
as well,
week.
but
Like it was an
It was a
interesting
week. It was a week. Yeah.
but one of the things that was happening that I really need to take care of when I'm discussing this stuff is, like, you don't, like, if someone says, like, you should make all the monsters slower. Oh no, I think the specific thing there, like, as an example, was like, okay, like, I don't remember the exact wording of the question, but it was something like, there shouldn't be any monsters faster than the player, effectively. Like, that was the thing. And, like, what I did was I launched into defending that, rather than just talking about the fact that, okay, we are actually looking into a bunch of monster speed issues, and we are actually, like, going through all this stuff, and it's like, that's the answer that would have actually been much more like what the players wanted to hear, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Rather than, like, let's have a philosophical discussion about why it's important that some monsters can be faster than the players sometimes. So, like, that's the kind of thing that
Different
is,
answers
like,
for different audiences.
exactly.
For sure.
It's like a very different situation.
I mean, you mentioned, I think that goes both ways, right? Because you mentioned, like, players screaming X needs to be fixed, but not the specifics of what X is. I think, as someone who's talked to a lot of developers over a myriad of different games, it's one thing that we have to get better at, is just, like, actually honing in on what the problem is, or what we think the problem
Well, I
is,
mean,
to be able to identify that.
I don't know. I mean, your job is not to be a game developer, right? That's our
Right,
job. So,
that's
like,
very true. But we could,
You know,
we could
like,
try to
like,
be better at it, because I suck
I-
at
It's
it.
our job to yell at you for your poor decisions.
I suck
That's what
at it.
that's what our job is.
Yeah.
The thing is, but what I will say is that, like, but on the other hand, if you're in our QA department, now it is your job to actually get
Right.
specific about individual things, right?
Yeah.
So like that's one of those things that
I think it goes both
that is
ways,
also
though.
one of those things that when people enter QA, they have to learn about like that kind of stuff. It's like it's not enough to just say like monsters are too fast. You actually have to say, well, like what monster were you fighting? Like what was the exact situation? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Basically, everyone just needs to stream, and then when anyone dies, you need to take the last 10 seconds, and we can just submit that. Just have a little submit button next to, instead of a
Boom.
death recap, we'll submit a video. There you go. So you guys have all the information. Closing in on 15 minutes left, I kind of have some sort of rapid fire stuff. I joked about death recap there. Is there ever going to be any sort of death recap system in POE2?
I mean, I'm not against the idea fundamentally, but every time we've ever talked about this, you start to get into a bajillion corner cases that make it
it's a loaded
kind of
question. I
hard
get
and-
it.
Yeah, and so it's not really a question of want, it's a question of like, there's always been something more important, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. I guess these are the tough questions, and so I apologize beforehand. Community loves to speculate, and I guess so do I. With that said, can you talk about Chris Wilson and kind of where he's been? There's not really been any official statement anywhere from GGG about that. I think we've had a couple things like third party, a fourth party, but is there anything official you could say where Chris has been?
I mean, he hasn't been working like day to day at our company for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And then recently he also retired from the board, but
Okay.
there's nothing really much else to say about it.
Gotcha.
Really.
Yeah, I didn't think there was any drama, but it just people.
I still talk to him every day, just online, like
Yeah. Co kind of mentioned it earlier. Account sharing's been in the spotlight recently. You guys have had like a pretty strict rule regarding that, as well as RMT in the past. Is there ever going to be any action on that front? Is that a special
Are you
case?
waiting for 1.0?
Do you have
It's
anything to
just-
say?
It's just nothing. I don't think I've got anything to say about this particular issue.
I
Got it.
figured as
10-4.
much. I figured I would ask,
Yeah.
but yeah. That's good luck with that.
Will you personally be banning eat? No, just kidding.
Jesus.
In an age where people like to pit companies against each other, do you consider yourself competitors to Blizzard, Diablo 4, Last Epoch? Like, how do you view these other companies? Are you trying to beat them in player count, or are you just existing and hoping that the game speaks for itself? How
These
do
are
you,
great
how do you look
questions.
at that?
Jesus.
I mean, I guess I don't really. It doesn't really bother me particularly that other companies, what they're releasing and that sort of stuff. Like the only thing that ever matters is if if something happens. A thing that is relevant is if something happens in the genre that like moves it forward in a way that we have to respond to, then that's something that we have to like deal with, right? Like that's a thing, for sure. But other than that, like it's fine. Like I mean, the nice thing about the genre is that it's not like World of Warcraft where like you've got subscribers and you're competing for that. Right? That's an actual like real competition scenario where people aren't going to be really subscribed to more than one MMO. But in the seasonal model that we have with in action RPGs, it's kind of fine. Like you play the game, for however long you play it for. You play another one, and that's fine. Obviously, there was like the tension that happened with Last Epoch recently,
Right.
Which was very unfortunate, and I honestly wish it didn't have to be that way.
Yeah, if you could just
like,
coordinate with them in the future and space it out, that'd be great.
I mean, yeah. The thing is,
Are there back
it
channels?
sounds so easy.
Like, are there back channels between?
This might be the greatest
So
interview
they-
ever.
They messaged us about okay, so they asked me like we're thinking of coming around this time, when are you thinking of coming out, and I'm kind of like that actually might conflict with something, and that was kind of the last of it. There really wasn't anything else that was said there.
The alarm went off.
So like, but the thing is, I think that what happened is that like, so we had a date, and look, I don't know how they're thinking internally, but I think that their plan was to come out a little bit after that date. We didn't give them what the exact date was, but we kind of had said, like in the community, like sort of, like people had sort of vaguely known when we were planning on coming out, and then
Right.
we then got delayed, right? Like we couldn't make our date, and there's like just nothing I can do about that. I can't come out any earlier, obviously, than what the time that we can come out, right? Like it was just it had got unavoidably delayed, and then it was like really unfortunate because I actually probably would have delayed an extra week to get out of their way. But we have a Easter. We've got Easter,
Right.
and then there's actually another public holiday the weekend after that, which means there's a 3-day week. So we do have a 3-day week. Everyone takes those 3 days off. Like everyone is put in for time off during those 3 days, right? Like that week is just dead. It's not happening.
Yeah.
And so what would have happened is if we delayed another week, then that week would have been right after our launch. Which obviously, if we'd just had the launch we just had and everyone was on holiday, that wouldn't have been.
Just to make sure I heard this properly, just to be clear, if those holidays weren't there, you would have moved POE2 for Last Epoch?
I would have moved it a week, right? Not in a way that the players would have seen, right?
Hey, that's plenty of time. Yeah, yeah. No,
I would have moved it a week. I wouldn't have moved it 2 weeks. I wouldn't have moved it 2 weeks because
there's only
like,
so much
that,
you can,
that is
right? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But a week I would have moved. But yeah, we just couldn't move that week, unfortunately. And so then, and I felt real bad about it as well because I was like, I don't want to do that to them, right? Like, I don't want to do. Like, it's not something I want to do. But at the same time, if we were delaying 2 weeks and then the players like knew that, like that would just be awful, right? Like our players would have crucified us for that, and rightly so, right? That would have been terrible. So effectively, like it just ended up that way. And like I don't know whether or not it was a good idea for them to then move in response to that. Like I honestly can't say whether or not that was right or wrong. But I certainly don't feel great about that happening, right? Not amazing. Like I don't want to ruin their plans in any regard.
Yeah, to be blunt though, it's very cool you're even thinking of that. I mean, we live in a day of kind of faceless corporations for a lot of games this size, so that's cool to know. Not only that you guys are talking, but even considering doing stuff like that. I think I speak for many of us when I say, just like you were saying earlier, we love Last Epoch and POE2. So in a perfect world, we'd love to be able to like, do both when they're all shiny and new. So it's great to know you guys are like talking. Yeah, that's cool.
Well, I'm really hoping that doesn't happen again, because as I said, it was really unfortunate, and it really sucked that there was just that holiday thing that like blocked it. It's just like it's just very unfortunate timing that happened there.
It'll happen. Every once in a while, it'll happen. One of the things in terms of like the issues of now or the issues of today, a lot of people have been asking about the EU server issues. I don't know if there's a specific...
Great question.
Yeah, so that's just
DDoS.
DDoSs, unfortunately, that are very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
There's unfortunately not like a complete solution to DDoSing on the internet. If someone's really doing that stuff. So it isn't a question of NOS wanting to like pay more money for more servers or anything like that. It's just entirely like, the nightly DDoS comes along and like takes out like 5 or 6 machines, and then if you're having to play on those machines, then that happens, and then they move on to another 5, and like that kind of thing. It's just like very annoying.
Yeah.
Look, we are investigating more options to try and improve that, but that is the source of that.
Okay, gotcha. I think even saying that is beneficial for a lot of people.
Right.
So,
agreed.
Yeah. What else is there? I'm kind of looking through there to see if there's anything. I guess another question I have for you in terms of like analytics, right? PoE is such a game based around numbers and whatnot. For you as a dev and as the game director of POE2, do you have like a data point that you're constantly looking at? And if that number goes bad or that number goes positive, it affects not only your mood, but like the direction?
Average player time to death.
Yeah, like what is that number if there?
I mean, the number for me is just concurrent users, just number of people online right now.
Okay.
Because that really, I mean, look, if people aren't enjoying the game, they're not going to play it. And this is actually something that, I actually, yesterday, like I was talking to Mark, about all of the, all of the stuff. And the thing that he said to me is like, he sort of had to remind me of that fact. Like, he's like, look, the retention of this POE2.
Am I still streaming, guys?
Like in terms of concurrent users on the like weekend to weekend.
Am I still on? Can you hear me?
POE1 launch we ever had before.
Right.
So it can't be that bad.
I mean, it's a. Yeah. I mean, I totally understand. You have to put things in perspective, right? Like when the internet's shouting at you to fix a myriad of issues, if there's a data point you can look at, they're still playing.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So
They might be mad, but they're still there.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we still obviously have. There's still tons of things to fix. It's like I don't want to discount that in any
Totally.
regard,
Yeah.
you know, like on some level, like it's okay. Like because the thing is, when a million people start to say, you know, the game is bad, the game is terrible, it's hard to even remember.
YouTube is still on. Twitch died. Okay. Let's see if we can get it started again. I don't know what happened. Are we back, boys? Let me turn on the fan here. Pause the timer for a second. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It said I had an encoding error. Never seen that one before. That was interesting. Paladin when? Paladin will be the next speed run that we do. I know you guys want to see Paladin, so we'll do Paladin as well. Yeah, we could go. Let's go back slightly on the interview in case you missed some of it. We'll go back like 2 minutes. Guys, thank you so much for the subs and the primes. I've just been playing, just listening. The interview's almost over. What skill do you level with Paladin? Javelin. Am I looking into new routes? Not at all, because I'm going to be playing hardcore. I'm not going into a dungeon. Not at all. We just master the current route. Okay, let's keep going here, guys. The interview is almost over.
Is higher than any POE1 launch we ever had before.
Right.
So it can't be that
Wow.
bad.
I mean, it's a.
Go.
Yeah. I mean, I totally understand you have to put things in perspective, right? Like when the internet's shouting at you to fix a myriad of issues, if there's a data point you can look at, they're still playing.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So
They might be mad, but they're still there.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we still obviously have. There's still tons of things to fix. It's like I don't want to discount that in any
Totally.
regard.
Yeah.
You know, like on some level, like it's okay. Like because the thing is, when a million people start to say, you know, the game is bad, the game is terrible, it's hard to even remember yourself. You know, that there's actually a game there that is good, even though there may be problems. You know, so just seeing that and reminding myself of the fact that there are actually a lot of people playing the game. Is you know, I think it was certainly important for me to kind of, you know, be like, yeah, you know what, like, sure. The benefit we're getting from all the people yelling is that we know that we need to fix stuff, but we still have a game that people are enjoying, and that is a and that is a good thing.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, we're still doing well, and like, I mean, this launch was still larger than any POE1, like in terms of absolute numbers as well, right? Like this launch in terms of people online was larger than any POE1 launch we ever did. It is approximately what I expected as far as like relative to the other launch. So generally speaking, like what we've always observed is the first launch is you get a number, and then the subs. This is in any market we've entered, and any subsequent launch is 50% of what the first launch was. But then the way you know that you're doing well is that you start growing from there. So you have a number, you go half, and then you're going up like hopefully 5%, something like that, you know, each time after that. And that's how you know an action RPG is doing well. So it's really seeing, like, you know, do people come back next time? You know, like how well do we do there? That'll be the question.
Sure. Yep. We could do a round of final questions and then call it an interview. For me, it's 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. there. What time is it on Monday, the start of the work
Right
week?
now, it's 8 o'clock. You can see the sun rising in the background there, which is blowing out all the cameras.
What's the first thing that's going to be on your desk when you get into the office? What are you doing?
So we are going to look into item drops because a lot of people are saying that the wisps are not rewarding enough, and
The
they
wisps
should
suck,
mathematically
man.
be like those things give like 300% better, like more. Well, okay, it's not more items; it's more like more the number that we use for like rarity that increases the drops, how good they are, right?
Right.
And it also gives 2 extra drop slots. So effectively, like, there's no reason why they should feel unrewarding, but they do. So therefore, I need to understand what's going on with that. And I spent like quite a lot of time yesterday looking through like the simulations and like seeing what's going on. And like I've definitely identified that there's something going wrong in the item drop system that I'm not quite happy with. And hopefully, if we fix that, it'll make this the wisps feel better.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the thing that I'm going to be probably spending a few hours on this morning to see if we can come up with some kind of improvement there.
Cool. Fantastic.
I like the first thing I read in chat. 300% of 0 is still 0. Because of course, that's how he feels.
Yeah. I will also say chat erupted mostly in jubilation when he said that you're going to be taking a look at loot. So
Yeah, I
if it
took
matters, there you
the
go.
temperature of all three chats. W take.
Yeah.
W take.
I'll let
Great.
you know.
Oh, but is it, what's the quotient on based?
Oh.
Base is good and trending.
Base values are trending. Great. Excellent.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Great.
Zeke, Co, any final questions?
I got one.
I had one from my audience. That
Go ahead.
might be an easy one.
Yeah.
I'll go last.
Zeke,
I don't know if it's John. This is from my audience. Tell me if it matters because I don't know. Ask him about difficulty scaling with multiple people and if it's been adjusted. At launch, me and 2 others had to stop because it was so difficult.
It is
That's
a
just
lot.
the game, baby.
It's a lot tougher.
There
in
wasn't any
multiplayer.
change.
Like-
There wasn't any change from early access's launch, so yeah, it shouldn't be. But I mean, like, it can be that various nerfs like got hit. But I wonder, like, as well, whether that feedback was before or after the change to Monster Life we did. That was a few days in, because we did a pretty substantial change to Monster Life in the sort of mid game.
Okay.
So it's possible that they might have a better time now if they were playing before that point. So it'll just be a question of that.
Jonathan's like, are they both Huntresses and were they parrying?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Hard for me to say without knowing more specifics about exactly what class and exactly what stuff, right?
So I gotta this is just a quick yes or no, but it's a big question close to my heart, especially one that I think would be great for newer players. Any plans to ever have it so I can open up my passive tree and see like import builds or overlay classes over it? So as a newer player, I would have like a really good idea of where to go on this gigantic ass tree.
So this is a thing, and I'm trying to remember. Okay, so we made this feature a while ago, and I can't even remember whether or not we enabled it. Is it even? I don't even know if it's live. We actually did make a feature where you could get a build file from. I think it's probably not live then. Probably if
Yeah,
I've never heard of this.
We've never heard of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Cool.
So the idea was that you could download a build file and then set that as your thing, and then it would highlight all the nodes of that build.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
amazing. And then you could make like some pre-default ones for new players that are just like super basic but get you
Well,
through it.
here's the
and,
thing. That's the part that I don't want to do because I don't want to. So the reason why I'm fine with the build thing where you where you go to a build guide and then you just download the file is that
you're not telling the player how to play.
Yeah, exactly, right? So effectively, like at that point, they've already decided they want to follow someone's guide. So like, therefore, it's fine, right? But at the point where, but if you're just like into the game and then the game's immediately like, why don't you pick from one of these build guides? Like, I'm kind of like, I'm not a fan of that, you know? Like, I don't want to, like, I feel like if you want to follow a build guide, that's great, but you have to seek it out, you know?
Yeah. Well, and
I totally agree with that because
yeah,
I wanted to mention this before. One of the things that I really enjoyed about POE2 is that I got through the entire thing before it, restarts or whatever. I got through the entire thing without looking up any builds or anything. I was able to like get through it. It was fucking tough, but I got through it. And then I looked at a build guide and I'm like, wow, I was way off. Holy shit. And then I did the build and I put all the nodes in the proper spot. And I was like, God, this is like baby shit. I'm just zapping everything. But I could get through it. So I like that you don't do it. And also, if you put that in the game, you're gonna make someone like me feel like an idiot. Like I'll start putting things in nodes, and then I'll go like, "What do you suggest?" And like, God damn it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of different things I could see that would be bad about that. But I agree with Jonathan in the sense, like, if a player seeks it out, they should be able to.
Optional.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot more
That's
sense.
cool though that you guys are thinking about that, because I would love to have all that in game for builds. Like if we could just open up P and see a little text box in the bottom right, it was like, path of building code, paste here. Like that would be amazing.
Now,
Well, in POE2, I suppose, now that I'm thinking about it, you would also have potentially the capability of having the same file list recommended support gems, like overriding the recommendations that we have, which would allow a build designer to like set the gems that you should be using as well, like so that would appear when you open the recommended supports from that.
very useful, yeah.
So that would actually be another. I just thought about that just as you were talking there. So
you
that's actually
could
something that we
have
probably do.
like Path of Exile guide masters make like purposefully like this is for new players suggestions, not necessarily like a roadmap, but like here's some suggested stuff for you kind of thing. And that opens up a lot of interesting doors.
Yeah. I would.
So,
all
right.
Of course, all optional.
Yeah, I'm curious about how as someone who doesn't make like build guides or anything, but for POE content, POE2 content creators, where that is their livelihood, right, is making build guides. That's how they take ad rev and whatnot. I wonder if they would be against that because you no longer need to seek out a video and watch an ad because it's all in game and there's no monetization.
I'm not against
So I
it.
wonder if you get pushback for that from the creators. So they took our jobs.
150,000 people like it, but those 3 streamers.
Yeah, no,
So we
just
probably shouldn't do it.
I
Yeah.
just wonder if you get pushback from them, and to what extent that goes. I don't know. It's an interesting conversation, and it is very much like Ko just said: 3 people versus the masses.
It would be very
Yeah.
still a consideration for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, cool. We're a little bit over, but Jonathan, thank you, Mr. Rogers. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for
Jesus Christ.
Coming to our neighborhood.
for
Yeah,
coming
thank
to our
you.
neighborhood. Yeah. Anything you want to say here before we wrap it up, so you can get on with your day. It's only 8 a.m. there. Jeez.
Right. So you can go to work.
I mean, just like it was really nice chatting to you guys. Like I had a fun time, and I'll go in, we'll start working on stuff, and hopefully, like people will like the changes we're making. I guess that's the main thing, right?
Yeah. Fantastic. We're going to do shout-outs here for Zeke, Ko, and I. But Jonathan, feel free to go on about your day. We really appreciate it. We're going to shift over to this, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Yeah, you're
Thank you
welcome
very much
on
for
the
having
show
me.
whenever.
Thanks, Jonathan.
We'd love
It's
to have
awesome.
you on. Let's do some shout-outs and wrap up the show. Ko and Zeke. Zeke, please begin.
Yo, what's up, everybody? My name is Ezekiel the Third. You can find me at /Ezekiel_III on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Ezekiel the Third, all spelled out on Instagram and TikTok. Thank you, Jonathan Rogers, for joining us today, talking about POE2 and putting up with my loud, spitting, sputtering questions. You're very gracious, so thank you. Thank you to Ko and JP also for being my co-host every week. You can find me at streaming every day at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. I'm going to be playing this, I take Mondays off, so I'm not here tomorrow, but I will be playing Into the Dead and Blueprints for the next couple of days.
Nice.
And that's what I got coming up. So if you want to come join me checking those out, please do. Thanks for watching.
Fantastic. Ko, some shout-outs, please.
Absolutely. As always, big thanks to JP and Zeke, and a special shout out and thank you to Jonathan. That was awesome. I can tell you, I can count the amount of devs of that size that I feel are that kind of like transparent and in the trenches. That is
Definitely.
awesome. So big thanks to GGG and Jonathan for all of that. On that note, my name is Ko. Hi, gonna be doing a lot of blueprints this week. Also, we've got Last Epoch this week. Gonna be really new characters for that. Probably some more POE2 as we do more of our hardcore run. Maybe some First Berserker Kazan if I can rip myself away from blueprints. And then some other fun games too. Maybe some Yakuza in the evening. Regardless, thank you guys so much for watching this week. Hope you enjoyed the interview. And we will see you next week or sooner.
Fantastic. We also have a sponsored stream. We'll be playing together on Friday, I believe
Cool.
at 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll wait. I don't know if the game's announced, so I'm not going to say anything. But we'll see you all there on Friday. I think that's at 1 p.m. Eastern with the three of us. Oh yeah,
I see 12 p.m., but that works.
Okay, all right. Either,
Whatever.
doesn't matter
we'll
to
out.
me.
We'll figure it out. Yeah.
We'll figure it out, and we'll let you guys know. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, Jonathan's got inner peace. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut back to the screen. That was just okay.
All right. Well, great interview by them. Love the transparency from Jonathan. He's definitely making the rounds. That was a great little interview, wasn't it? Did you guys like it? Okay, let's get the music going here. All right, ready to finish this run? We're almost done. Here we go, guys. We're going on 9. One of that. I haven't actually even looked at how we doing here. Oh my god, 4 minutes ahead? Get shit on? Are we like... Are we cooking here or what? Okay. Oh, yeah. The hardcore run is over. I got, by the way, if you were wondering, the reason that I died there, by the way, if you were wondering, it's because I got stunned. Again, and again, and again, and again, and again. It's always crowd control. It's always just stun, 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 stun. What a stupid fucking way to die. Did I hear Marshall screaming during that? He's playing Halo. I did not hear Marshall screaming. We absolutely want to hit 37. I believe 37 is where we get aerial assault. So if you're wondering why I'm killing these guys... Damn it.
Easy. Too easy. Not happening. Not happening.
Oh my.
Not happening.
For Huntress, can you run Lightning Strike at level 51? Yes, you can. What's causing the light in the background? A $10 little thing that I bought on Amazon. Right, Djibouti, but remember, I'm constantly moving and evading all the time, and none of my moves or evades worked.
We don't have much but Raya is the largest.
Yes. Farewell.
Not happening.
Okay, so my PB that I've ever done is 147.0.
Not happening. Not happening.
What the f- God damn it! Fucking roll, you piece of shit. God!
Not happening. Not happening.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Oh my god, what the hell are these monsters? Jesus! You have got to be fisting me. You are fisting me. Give me the shrine. You lose your character on hardcore death? No, it goes to softcore. Guys, please complete silence in the chat. I have to focus on this boss. I'll let you know when I'm done, and then we can resume chat. Here we go. Okay, the fight's over. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just had to concentrate there.
What's left is locating the lance.
Not happening.
Would you tell me more? Mortal Emperor on our journey.
Yes. Gods be with you.
I know the all. Yes. If what to be honest, I can't imagine. But I will take your warnings.
Yes.
144 for, I guess, let me make sure. Yep, 15 of 15, 8 of 8. We did it, boys. 144, 45. Is this game better than D3? It's a more advanced game than Diablo 3, I would say. $144.45 seems strong. Am I gonna have a YouTube video explaining what I did? Oh yeah, that's the reason why I'm doing this. I'm pretty sure I only died once. I only died grabbing that shrine, which I would never die to in the actual race. I can't slash deaths though. I didn't actually die in the run. Was I sponsored by Blizzard at some point to play Diablo 4? Was it at least good monies? Johnsby, I'll answer your question, but I have a question for you first. Where did you hear that I was sponsored by Blizzard to play D4? Where did that come from? And then I'll answer. I'll tell you the answer. Where did you hear that from? No, I'm not blocking. I'm not banning. No, it's okay. It's a fair question. I'll answer it. I'm not mad. Just a question. Where did you hear that from? Okay, you felt like it. Okay, so you didn't hear that from anybody. I was never sponsored to play Diablo 4. Never one time. The only time Blizzard ever sponsored anything that I have ever done, well, you could say they flew me to the Spiritborn release. They paid for my ticket, but they didn't pay me to be there. The only time Blizzard ever paid me any money was they wanted me to make a video on their YouTube explaining the season mechanics. I made them a video and they paid me for that video. That's the entire list. That's it. That's the one time that they paid me money to do anything. No, it's not. You don't have to apologize. It's okay. You just asked a question. I'm not mad. But people think I own Maxroll. I never said I own Maxroll. I never have owned Maxroll. People think I made $10 million from selling it to IGN. I made $0. Zero. I don't own Maxroll. And Blizzard never paid me anything. Ziff Davis, IGN's parent company, just purchased Maxroll. Ziff Davis is what owns Maxroll. Not Ziff Davis owns IGN. They now also own Maxroll. It's not IGN bought Maxroll. Rax is a good looking dude. Looking better now that I've lost 19 pounds this year. Need to lose more though. I am losing more. You want to know? I'll tell you everything that I ate today. A bottle of water, and I had a chicken salad with a fat-free vinaigrette dressing. I ate all the chicken in the salad, but I only ate half of the salad. That's everything that I've eaten today, and it's 6 p.m. I've only had one bottle of water so far, but I'm going to have more later. I'll have 2 or 3 more. That's what I've eaten today. You had a frozen pizza for lunch? God, I love frozen pizza. I am taking supplements. I'm taking 4 of them. I have to. My liver is not working, so I have to repair it with massive weight loss and vitamins immediately or suffer the consequences. So I'm getting it done. Down 19 pounds. They said lose more, lose more, lose more, lose more. What's better, pizza or tacos? Probably tacos, pound for pound. I'm 1 pound away. I'm 1 pound away from being the lightest weight I've ever been in the last 6 years streaming. If I lose 1 more pound, it's the lowest weight you've ever seen me at. And I'm going to lose 1 more. Yeah. One thing that's kind of unfortunate is I figured after like dieting this severely for this long of a time, I would have expected my stomach to shrink and therefore my capacity of food that I'm able to eat to shrink. This is absolutely not the case. I can eat more food than everybody except like Matt Stoney. I'm still starving all the time. I wish that would go away. How do you deal with late night cravings? It depends. If it's making me feel sick, like lately I've been eating so little, I've been starting to feel sick. If I feel sick, I eat, but I try to eat healthy. How do I deal with cravings? It's very, very easy. Very easy to deal with the cravings. I just don't have food in the house. I don't buy chips. I don't buy candy. I don't buy popcorn. If I buy it, I will eat it. It's as simple as that. I just don't buy it. Yeah, if there's no bullets in the gun, you can't hurt yourself. If I buy cookies, if I buy muffins, if I buy them, I will eat them. There's just no stopping me. But I just don't buy them. Yeah, you have to force yourself to not buy chips. It's actually been really hard to lose weight lately. Like, it's been really, really flat The first 15 pounds were easy. Now it's much harder. Right now, I mean, easily, like, this would be like a fortune cookie to me. I could order a large stuffed crust pepperoni pizza and eat the entire thing in 10 minutes. Easily. I'm telling you, easily. Maybe not 2 of them. I don't think I could do 2 larges, but I could easily do 1. But instead, I'm just going to have a couple glasses of water. What's the reason I'm doing this? Because my liver is failing. We've tried a bunch of things, including weight loss with the liver so far, and I keep failing every test, so. I went in March. The doctor told me to lose 15 pounds by March. I lost 15 pounds. And then she said, your liver is not better. It's actually slightly worse somehow. And she said, well, all right, I'm just going to be honest with you. You need to lose another 15 and you need to do it immediately. I'll give you 2 months. You have to lose another 15. I know it's going to be extremely difficult, but she said, believe me, the consequences of the way that your liver is trending are so much worse that you just need to get it done, and that's it. So it's been another almost month, and I've only lost 4 of the 15 pounds, but it's not for lack of trying. It's just I already just lost 15 pounds, so. The problem, I have been wanting to work out more than I have. The problem is because I'm not eating, I'm so tired all the time. Like, I'm actually just, I have never slept more in my life than I do now. For example, last night I fell asleep at 10 p.m. and I woke up at midnight. And then I played Halo 1 until 5 a.m. And then I slept from maybe like 6 or 7 a.m. until 1 p.m. So that's 8 hours of sleep. I got 8 hours of sleep last night, and that never happens. And I'm still tired. I never get 8 hours of sleep. Your wife just passed from liver cancer in December, and she was 37. Jesus, man. Jesus Christ. That's terrible, man. Jesus. Stop streaming, get my health back. Streaming is not the reason why this happened. We actually don't know why this happened to me, because everything else about me is healthy. Everything else is good. Like, I do a blood work test. They bring back 3 pages of things that they tested. Perfect. Heart function, perfect. Pancreas function, perfect. Kidney function, perfect. Lung function, perfect. Perfect score. Vitamins, minerals, everything. Blood pressure, cholesterol, everything. Perfect. And then liver, failing. It's weird. How are my iron levels? Really good. Really good. Everything's good. I got no issues but my liver. The liver is not a good thing to not have working. My vitamin D was deathly low, but then I've been taking prescription vitamin D I took prescription vitamin D for months. Now I just take over-the-counter vitamin D. I'm fine. Anyway, it's okay, guys. Believe me. I have medical professionals helping me, and I'm doing what they say. So, we'll see. I'll fix it. Don't worry about it. I'm not worried. Or I die, and it's fine. There's a lot of guide writers out there. There's a lot of streamers. I'll be fine, guys. Don't worry about me. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I'm just hungry. I'm not worried. I'm just hungry. We are medical professionals. Trust us. Okay. Today was kind of a weird day. I only streamed to Twitch. I only streamed half of the day, but to YouTube, I was live the whole day because there was a podcast. But sorry that my interaction with chat was very low today, but we'll fix it tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to play Paladin. I don't really need to practice this anymore. I didn't even have the guide up, and I just did everything via autopilot. Exactly, Suzumi, exactly. It's okay. Everyone's just trying to help me, but we're getting it done. We're getting it done. Don't worry. All right, guys, I'm going to hang it up here for tonight. But tomorrow we'll do a much more normal stream. Tomorrow I'll play Paladin, because Paladin, I think, is the strongest build next season. So if you don't want to play Heartseeker, you will probably play Judgment Paladin. And if you want to have any chance of killing Uber Aberoth, you'll probably play Judgment Paladin. As someone with limited time, which do you think is more deserving of your attention? This PoE patch or last Epoch Season 2? Well, I like both. However, more deserving of your time right now, as admitted by Jonathan in the interview we just heard today, PoE2 is still definitely majorly under development. Last Epoch is a fully released game with a massive, massive polished update about to release. So if you have limited time, I think you're going to get a lot more mileage playing Last Epoch's fully released game than PoE2's beta. I think that is really the only way to interpret that question. Not to say that PoE2 is bad, it's just heavily under development. All right, let's throw it over to our friend Mr. Hogg. And I will be on tomorrow and every day after. It's almost time for the launch, right? It's on Thursday, right? Tomorrow's the 14th, so only three more. There is no pre-download because Last Epoch has an offline mode. There's no pre-patch. Have a super amazing night, guys. Thank you so much for being here. We go again tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll show you the paladin leveling and we'll start to fine-tune some things. Good night, guys.